The highway stretched endlessly before me, asphalt ribbons cutting through dense forests that seemed to grow darker with each passing mile. It was late September 2016, and I was making a journey I'd put off for nearly 8 months since my father's funeral in January. The drive to his old cabin was supposed to take 6 hours, but I'd already been on the road for 7, having gotten lost twice on unmarked backroads that all looked identical in the fading afternoon light. My father rarely spoke about the cabin or the town where he'd grown up. Whenever I asked as a child, he'd get this distant look in his eyes and change the subject, redirecting the conversation to anything else: my schoolwork, upcoming baseball games, mom's garden. It wasn't until I was packing up his belongings after the funeral that I found the deed to the property, tucked away in a lockbox beneath his workbench. The address was handwritten on yellowed paper, the ink faded but still legible. Something about holding that deed in my hands made me feel like I needed to see the place, to understand this part of him that had always remained hidden from me. The GPS on my phone had stopped working about 40 miles back, leaving me to navigate using an old paper map I'd found in my father's truck, the same truck I was now driving. I'd inherited it along with everything else, though there wasn't much. My father had lived simply, almost ascetically, in his later years. The sparse furnishings of his small apartment had shocked me. For a man who'd worked as a carpenter his entire life, he owned remarkably little. As I crested a hill, I finally saw it, what remained of Millfield, the town where my father had spent the first 30 years of his life. Calling it a ghost town would have been generous. It was more like a corpse of a town, picked clean by time and abandonment. A single main street ran through it, lined with hollow buildings that seemed to lean inward, as if conspiring together in the gathering dusk. Windows gaped like empty eye sockets. Doors hung at odd angles. Nature had begun the slow process of reclamation. Vines crawled up brick facades, tree roots buckled the cracked pavement, and weeds sprouted through every gap in the concrete. I slowed the truck to a crawl, driving down that desolate main street. There was a general store with a faded Coca-Cola sign still clinging to its front, a barber shop with a rusted pole that no longer turned, a diner with booths visible through broken windows, their vinyl seats split and spilling foam like open wounds. Everything was gray and brown, colors leached away by decades of harsh weather and neglect. According to the map, I needed to park somewhere near the old gas station on the east end of town and hike 2 miles north into the woods. The trail wouldn't be marked, my father had told me that much years ago, in one of his rare unguarded moments, but there were landmarks to follow: a lightning-struck oak, a creek crossing, a boulder shaped like a crouching bear. I found the gas station easily enough. It was the last building before the forest swallowed everything. The structure itself was collapsing inward, its roof partially caved in. Ancient gas pumps stood like rusty sentinels, their hoses long since rotted away. I pulled the truck around behind the building, parking it out of sight from the main road. Not that I expected anyone to pass by, but something about the place made me cautious. The silence was profound, broken only by the ticking of the truck's cooling engine and the whisper of wind through empty buildings. I stepped out into air that smelled of decay and pine. My boots crunched on gravel littered with broken glass and rusted metal. The sun was already low on the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and rust that matched the decaying town. I had maybe 2 hours of good daylight left, enough to reach the cabin if I moved quickly. My backpack was heavy, loaded with tools I'd need for basic repairs: a hammer, nails, wood sealant, a manual saw. I'd also packed camping gear, including a tent, sleeping bag, a small propane stove, and enough food and water for 3 days. Strapped to my belt was a hunting knife that had belonged to my grandfather. I'd never used it for anything more serious than opening boxes and cutting rope, but having it felt reassuring. The trailhead was exactly where the map indicated, marked only by a barely visible gap between trees. I took one last look at the abandoned town, at the truck sitting alone behind the gas station, and then stepped into the forest. The trail was overgrown, barely more than a game path. Branches reached across it like grasping fingers, forcing me to duck and weave. The canopy overhead was thick enough to dim the remaining daylight significantly. Within minutes, the abandoned town had disappeared behind me, swallowed by trees and undergrowth. Walking through those woods felt like moving backward through time. The forest was old growth, the trees massive and ancient, their bark rough and deeply furrowed. Some were easily 4 or 5 feet in diameter, their lowest branches starting dozens of feet above my head. The understory was dense with ferns and brambles, creating a green wall on either side of the narrow trail. Everything was damp, smelling of earth and rot and growing things. I found the lightning-struck oak after about 20 minutes of hiking. The massive tree had been split down its center by some long-ago storm, the two halves leaning away from each other like dancers frozen mid-movement. The wood inside was blackened and hollow, creating a cave-like opening at the base large enough for a person to stand in. I paused there, checking my map and taking a drink from my water bottle. The silence of the forest was different from the silence of the town. It wasn't empty. I could hear birds calling to each other, the rustle of small animals in the undergrowth, the distant rush of water. But there was a weight to it, a presence that seemed to press down from above and rise up from the earth simultaneously. I'd spent plenty of time in the woods before, had gone camping and hiking throughout my 20s, but this felt different somehow, older. The creek crossing came next, exactly where it should be according to the map. The water was shallow but swift, running over smooth stones that were treacherously slippery with algae. I crossed carefully, using a fallen log as a bridge, my arms spread wide for balance. On the far side, I paused to catch my breath and check my bearings. That's when I first felt it, that sensation of being watched. It started as a tickle at the base of my skull, then spread down my spine like cold water. I turned slowly, scanning the forest behind me. Nothing moved except the wind-stirred leaves. No eyes gleamed from the shadows. No branches cracked under hidden weight. But the feeling persisted, growing stronger rather than fading. I told myself it was just nerves, the natural unease of being alone in an unfamiliar wilderness as darkness approached. I'd read somewhere that humans evolved an oversensitive threat detection system. Better to imagine a predator that isn't there than to miss one that is. This was just that ancient programming, activated by isolation and fading light. But my hand still moved to rest on the handle of the hunting knife as I continued up the trail. The bear-shaped boulder marked the final landmark. It was exactly as described, a massive piece of granite, easily 12 feet tall, that looked remarkably like a bear hunched on its haunches. Time and weather had given it features that seemed almost intentional. Indentations for eyes, a protruding knob for a snout, even smaller rocks at its base that suggested paws. In the dimming light, it looked disturbingly alive. From the boulder, the cabin should be visible within a few hundred yards. I pushed forward, eager now to reach my destination before full darkness fell. The trail widened slightly, and then I saw it through a gap in the trees, my father's cabin. It stood in a small clearing, perhaps 50 feet across, surrounded by towering pines. The cabin itself was smaller than I'd imagined, maybe 20 feet by 30 feet, built from hand-hewn logs that had weathered to a silvery gray. The roof was covered in cedar shakes, many of which were missing or broken. Vines had climbed the walls, their leaves turning brilliant red in the autumn air. A stone chimney rose from one side, its mortar crumbling in places but still intact. My father had built this with his own hands in the early 80s, back when the town still had a few hundred residents, and there was hope that the lumber mill might reopen. He'd lived here for nearly a decade before whatever happened, whatever he never wanted to talk about, drove him to leave and never return. I approached slowly, taking in every detail. The windows were intact, miraculously, though coated with grime and spider webs. The door hung slightly crooked on its hinges, made from thick planks that had been fitted together with obvious skill. There was no lock, just an old iron latch that lifted easily. I pushed the door open. The hinges shrieked in protest, a sound that seemed obscenely loud in the forest quiet. The smell hit me immediately. Mustiness, decay, animal droppings, and something else, something sour and unpleasant I couldn't quite identify. I pulled a flashlight from my pack and switched it on, sweeping the beam across the interior. The cabin was a single large room, maybe 15 by 20 feet. Against one wall stood the remains of a bed frame, its mattress long since rotted away or dragged off by animals. A small table and 2 chairs occupied the center of the space, both covered in dust and debris. The wood stove squatted against the back wall, its iron surface spotted with rust but still solid-looking. Shelves lined another wall, most of their contents long since fallen or been scavenged. But it was the trash that dominated the space. Someone or multiple someones had used this cabin, probably as a shelter. Empty food cans lay scattered across the floor, their labels faded and peeling. Torn plastic bags had been stuffed into corners. A pile of old newspapers dated from 2014, yellowed and brittle. There were signs of campfires on the wooden floor, black scorch marks that made me wince thinking about how easily this whole place could have burned down. The sun was setting rapidly now, the light through the windows turning orange and then red. I didn't have time to clean everything tonight. Instead, I focused on creating a small clear space along one wall, sweeping away the worst of the debris with a branch I found outside. Once I had an area about 6 feet square, I rolled out my sleeping bag and set up my camping lantern. As darkness fell completely, I sat on my sleeping bag and ate a cold dinner. A sandwich I'd packed that morning and an apple. The cabin's walls blocked the wind, but they also seemed to amplify every sound from outside. Branches scraping against the roof, an owl calling, the rustle of something moving through the underbrush nearby. Each sound made me pause mid-chew, listening intently. I tried to imagine my father living here, young and strong, building a life in this isolated place. Had he sat right where I was sitting, eating his own dinner by lamplight? Had he looked forward to the solitude, or had it eventually driven him away? I realized how little I actually knew about his life before I was born, before he met my mother and settled into suburban normalcy. Sleep should have come easily. I'd been awake since 5 that morning and had hiked 2 miles with a heavy pack. But instead I lay in my sleeping bag, eyes open, staring at the dark ceiling. That feeling from the woods had followed me into the cabin, that sensation of being observed. I kept imagining I heard breathing other than my own, footsteps on the porch, hands testing the door. Every 30 or 40 minutes, I'd drift into an uneasy doze, only to jolt awake moments later with my heart pounding, certain that something had changed, that some new threat had materialized. Each time I'd grab my flashlight and sweep it around the cabin, finding nothing but shadows and debris. It was going to be a long night. I gave up on sleep around 5 in the morning. Gray pre-dawn light was just beginning to seep through the grimy windows, turning everything into dim silhouettes. My body ached from tension and the hard floor. My eyes felt gritty and sore. I'd gotten maybe 3 hours of actual sleep, scattered across the 7 hours I'd spent lying there. I fired up my camping stove outside the cabin. I didn't trust using it indoors until I'd checked for gas leaks and made coffee with water from my canteen. The routine of it helped calm my nerves. Screw open the stove, attach the small fuel canister, light it with a match, fill the pot with water, wait for it to boil, add the instant coffee. The familiar steps grounded me, reminded me that I was still in the normal world, the rational world, not some nightmare realm where shadows had substance and silence had teeth. The coffee was terrible, but hot, and I clutched the metal cup in both hands, letting the warmth seep into my fingers. The forest was waking up around me. Birds began their morning chorus, starting tentatively and building to a full-throated concert. Somewhere nearby, a woodpecker hammered at a tree trunk. Normal sounds, comforting sounds. I decided to take a walk, to clear my head and shake off the unease of the sleepless night. The sun wasn't up yet, but there was enough light to see by that gray, shadowless illumination of early dawn. I followed a deer trail that led away from the cabin, winding between trees and over fallen logs. After maybe 10 minutes of walking, the ground began to slope upward. The incline grew steeper, forcing me to use my hands in places, grabbing roots and branches to pull myself up. But when I reached the top, I understood why my father might have chosen this location for his cabin. The hilltop was a natural clearing, bare rock exposed by some ancient geological process, and from it you could see above the tree line for miles. The view was breathtaking. The forest stretched in every direction like a rumpled green carpet. In the distance I could make out the spine of mountains, their peaks already catching the first rays of sunlight, and much closer, perhaps 3 or 4 miles away, I could see Millfield. From this height and distance it looked almost picturesque. A small collection of buildings tucked into the valley, smoke rising from... Wait, smoke? No, not smoke, but there was a light, a single point of illumination, clearly visible in the pre-dawn gloom. It appeared to be coming from one of the buildings on the main street, perhaps the old general store or the diner. As I watched, trying to determine which building it was, the light suddenly went out, extinguished as quickly as flipping a switch. My stomach clenched. Someone was down there. Someone else was in that abandoned town, in a building just a few hundred yards from where I'd parked my truck. I watched for several more minutes, but the light didn't return. Whoever was down there had either left that building or was deliberately hiding their presence now. Part of me wanted to dismiss it. Urban explorers visited abandoned places all the time, documenting them, photographing them. It was probably just someone like me, drawn to the ghost town out of curiosity. But another part of me, the part that had kept me awake all night, wondered about the coincidence. This town had been abandoned for years, slowly decaying with no one around, and in the exact same few days that I decided to visit my father's cabin, someone else just happened to be exploring the town below. I stayed on the hilltop, watching the sunrise. The sky turned from gray to pink to brilliant orange, and finally the sun lifted above the distant mountains, flooding the valley with warm light. But no more lights appeared in the town below, and I saw no movement, no vehicles, nothing to indicate another human presence. Eventually, I made my way back down to the cabin, my mind churning. I needed to start work on the repairs. That was why I'd come here, after all. But I also needed to remain alert, aware that I might not be as alone as I'd assumed. I spent the rest of the morning tackling the exterior of the cabin. The logs themselves were in surprisingly good shape considering their age. My father had chosen his wood well, probably old-growth cedar that could withstand decades of weather. But the chinking between them had deteriorated badly, leaving gaps that let in wind and rain and animals. I'd brought a caulking gun and several tubes of log home sealant. It was tedious work, requiring me to clean out all the old crumbling material first, then carefully apply new sealant to each gap. I worked methodically, starting at one corner and moving along the wall, perched on a ladder I'd found inside the cabin. The work was mindless enough that my thoughts wandered. I kept thinking about my father, trying to imagine him young and idealistic, choosing this remote location for his home. What had he been running from, or running to? Had he always been the quiet, cautious man I'd known, or had something happened here that changed him? And I kept thinking about that light in the town, about the feeling of being watched. Every few minutes I'd glance over my shoulder at the tree line, scanning for any sign of movement. The forest remained still, innocent, revealing nothing. But the feeling persisted, growing stronger rather than weaker as the day progressed. It was as if the woods themselves were alive and aware, watching me with ancient, patient eyes. By early afternoon, I'd completed one full wall. My shoulders ached, and my hands were cramping from squeezing the caulk gun. I decided to take a break, eating lunch sitting on the cabin's front step, more sandwiches and an orange. That's when I noticed the tracks. They were in a patch of soft earth near the corner of the cabin, where rain runoff had created a muddy depression. Boot prints, fairly fresh, certainly not from me. Mine had a distinct tread pattern, and these were smooth-soled, almost like dress shoes. Someone had been standing here, right at the edge of the clearing, probably within the last day or two. I knelt beside the prints, my heart rate accelerating. There were several of them, overlapping, as if someone had stood in this spot for a while, shifting their weight but not moving away. The prints faced the cabin. Whoever made them had been standing here, watching the cabin. When? Last night, while I lay awake inside. Earlier today while I worked, or days ago, before I arrived. I stood slowly, scanning the tree line again with new intensity. The forest stared back, silent and inscrutable. I should have left then. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to pack up and hike back to the truck, to get the hell away from this place. But stubbornness kept me rooted. Or maybe it was pride, or a sense of obligation to my father's memory. Whatever it was, I decided to stay, to finish what I'd started. But I also brought my knife inside and kept it close as I worked through the afternoon, repairing the door hinges and replacing broken window glass. By the time the sun began setting, I'd accomplished more than I'd expected. The cabin's exterior was sealed, the door hung properly again, and most of the broken windows had been patched or replaced. The interior still needed work. I hadn't even begun cleaning up all the trash, but at least the structure itself was weatherproofed. I gathered firewood from fallen branches around the clearing, building a substantial pile outside the door. Then, with some trepidation, I attempted to light a fire in the wood stove. The chimney might be clogged or damaged or home to a family of birds or squirrels, but I got lucky. After some initial smoke, The draft caught and the fire drew properly, filling the cabin with warmth. I positioned my sleeping bag near the stove and settled in for the night, eating a dinner of canned soup heated on my camping stove. The fire crackled and popped, familiar and comforting. Outside, darkness pressed against the windows, absolute and complete. There were no streetlights out here, no ambient glow from distant cities. When I turned off my lantern, the only light came from the dancing flames visible through gaps in the stove's iron door. I was determined to sleep better tonight. The fire would keep me warm, and I'd actually accomplished something today, which gave me a sense of achievement and safety. I told myself the boot prints had probably been there for weeks, left by whoever had been using the cabin before me. There was nothing to worry about. I almost believed it. I must have drifted off around 9 o'clock, because when the sounds woke me, my watch read 11:47. At first I wasn't sure what I'd heard. I lay still, listening, my mind emerging slowly from the fog of sleep. Then I heard it again. Footsteps, not the soft pad of an animal, but the distinct crunch of boots on fallen leaves and twigs. Someone was walking through the clearing, approaching the cabin. I sat up slowly, hardly breathing. The fire in the stove had burned down to embers, casting a faint reddish glow. I reached for my knife, gripping it tightly. The footsteps stopped. They were close now, maybe 10 feet from the front door. I waited, every muscle tense, trying to understand what was happening. Who would be out here at midnight? Why would they approach the cabin so openly? Then came the knock. 3 slow, deliberate raps on the wooden door. And a voice. Male, older, rough, with an accent I couldn't quite place. Hello? Anyone home? I didn't answer, didn't move, barely breathe. The voice came again, slightly louder. I'm looking for Thomas. Thomas Brennan. This is his cabin, isn't it? Thomas Brennan, my father's name. This stranger, whoever he was, knew my father. How? Why was he here? Thomas, it's been a long time, friend. Saw smoke from your chimney and thought I'd stop by. Against my better judgment, I found myself moving toward the door. The pull to know more about my father, to talk to someone who had known him here, was overwhelming. My hand reached for the latch, but something stopped me. Some primal survival instinct, stronger than curiosity, stronger than grief. The voice was wrong. The words were friendly, but the tone beneath them was not. It reminded me of honey poured over rot, sweet on the surface but corrupted underneath. I spoke instead, my voice sounding strange in my own ears. Who are you? There was a pause, a long one. When the voice came back, it had changed subtly, the friendliness receding. I'm an old friend of the man who built this cabin. Was hoping I'd get to see him again. What's your name? I asked. Another pause. That's not important. What matters is I knew Thomas. We go way back. Now why don't you open up and we can talk proper? My father's dead, I said, the words feeling heavy in my mouth. He passed away in January. The silence that followed was different, deeper, as if the person outside was processing this information, recalculating. I'm real sorry to hear that, kid. The voice had changed again, losing its attempt at warmth entirely. Now it was flat, mechanical. Wish I could have seen him one more time. But maybe you and I can still have a chat. Why don't you open up? It's real cold out here, son. Would be nice to share that fire. The word son made my skin crawl. There was possessiveness in it, an assumption of familiarity he hadn't earned. I don't know you, I said. I think you should leave. The door shook suddenly, violently, as whoever was outside struck it with something, a fist maybe, or a boot. The sound was explosive in the small space, making me jerk backward. Kid, open the door. The voice had dropped all pretense now, becoming hard and demanding. You going to let me die out here in the cold? That what your father would want from you, after I came all this way? I backed away further, my hand tightening on the knife. Go away, I mean it, I'm armed. This triggered another violent assault on the door. The wood shuddered under repeated blows and I heard the crack of splitting timber. The door was solid, thank God my father had built it well, but it wouldn't withstand this kind of punishment indefinitely. The assault continued for what felt like hours. Sometimes it was violent, crashing blows that made the whole cabin shake. Sometimes it was quieter, scratching at the wood, testing the hinges, trying the windows, and always there was the voice. It cycled through different tactics. Pleading, please, I'm hurt, I need help, just let me in to warm up. threatening, "I know you're alone out here. No one's coming to help you. Open the door." Cajoling, "Your father would be ashamed of you, treating an old friend this way." But mostly it was the threats, growing more explicit and disturbing as the night wore on. Descriptions of what would happen when he got inside, promises of pain and worse. The voice seemed to take pleasure in my fear, feeding on it. I crouched in the farthest corner from the door, knife held in front of me, fighting the urge to simply collapse into panic. The embers in the stove had died completely, plunging the cabin into absolute darkness. I didn't dare turn on my lantern. I didn't want him to see me moving, to know exactly where I was in the room. Around 3 in the morning, the attack stopped. The sudden silence was almost worse than the noise had been. I strained my ears, trying to hear any sound that might tell me where he'd gone. Nothing. Just the normal night sounds of the forest, insects and distant animals. But I knew better than to relax. He could be anywhere. Standing just outside the door, waiting for me to emerge, circling the cabin, looking for a weak point, or retreating to watch from the trees, patient and cold. I stayed in my corner, knife ready, and waited for dawn. The eastern sky was just beginning to lighten when I finally heard something. Footsteps moving away from the cabin. They didn't rush or hurry. They were steady, unhurried, fading gradually into the forest, and then they were gone. I waited another hour, watching the windows gradually brighten as the sun rose. Every instinct screamed at me to stay hidden, to wait for full daylight and confirmation that he was truly gone. But another part of me knew that staying was suicide. He could come back with tools, with help, with fire. I had to leave, now. Moving as quietly as possible, I stuffed everything I could into my backpack. I didn't bother with organization, just shoved items in frantically: sleeping bag, stove, remaining food. The tools I left, I could replace tools. I couldn't replace my life. I crept to the door and pressed my ear against it, listening. Nothing but birds and wind. I lifted the latch slowly and eased the door open a crack. The clearing was empty. Morning mist hung between the trees, turning everything soft and dreamlike. There was no sign of the man, no figure waiting in the shadows. I stepped out, scanning constantly, the knife still gripped in my hand. The pile of firewood I'd gathered had been scattered, kicked apart in apparent frustration. And there, in the dirt near the door, I saw boot prints, the same smooth-soled prints I'd found yesterday, but many more of them now, showing his pacing and circling throughout the long night. I started down the trail at a fast walk that quickly became a jog. Every sound made me flinch. Every shadow could be him. The 2 miles to the truck felt like 20. But I made it. The gas station appeared ahead, still abandoned, still silent. And there, behind it, was the truck, untouched, exactly as I'd left it. I nearly sobbed with relief. I threw my pack in the passenger seat, started the engine. It caught immediately, thank God, and drove. I didn't stop in Millfield, didn't slow down. I just kept driving, faster than was probably safe on those narrow back roads, putting as much distance as possible between me and that cabin. It wasn't until I reached the interstate, merging into the blessed normality of highway traffic, that I finally allowed myself to breathe. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the steering wheel. My whole body felt like it might vibrate apart. I drove straight home, 7 hours without stopping except for gas. I kept checking my mirrors, irrationally convinced that somehow he was following me. But there was never anyone there, just normal cars full of normal people going about their normal lives. I've been home for 3 weeks now, and I still can't sleep properly. Every time I close my eyes, I hear that voice outside the door, cycling through its terrible variations. Every unexpected knock makes me jump. I've started keeping lights on at night, and I've installed additional locks on my apartment door. I've tried to research Millfield to find out what happened there, why my father left. But records are scarce. The town just died, the way small towns sometimes do. The lumber mill closed in the late 80s. People moved away for work, and eventually there was no one left. Nothing dramatic, nothing to explain the evil I encountered. I'll never know who that man was or how he knew my father. I'll never know if their friendship was real or some delusion or lie. I'll never know what he wanted from me that night. Though I have dark suspicions I try not to dwell on. What I do know is that my father left that place for a reason, and he never went back for a reason, and he never told me about it for a reason. He was protecting me from something he understood but couldn't explain. Some knowledge that couldn't be shared, only experienced. The cabin still stands there, I suppose, in its clearing in the dead woods. The repairs I made will help it survive a few more years before rot and weather finally claim it. Maybe someone else will find it someday, will see it as I first did, a project, a connection to the past, a peaceful retreat. I hope they're smarter than I was. I hope they leave before darkness falls. I hope they never hear that voice calling from outside the door, speaking their father's name with false familiarity, demanding to be let in. Because I know now, with bone-deep certainty, that whatever was out there in the woods that night was not looking for an old friend. It was hunting. And if I had opened that door, if I had let my grief and loneliness override my instincts, I would never have left those woods alive. The deed to the cabin is in a drawer somewhere in my apartment. I haven't touched it since I got back. I'll never return there, never try to finish the work I started. That place, whatever it is now, whatever it's become, is no longer my father's. It belongs to the forest, and to whatever walks through those woods at night, knocking on doors and calling out names it has no right to know. Let it rot. Let the forest take it back. Let it sink into the earth and be forgotten. Some places are meant to stay buried, and some questions are better left unasked. The summer heat was beginning to fade as I drove through the endless stretch of highway. It was late August, and I'd been on the road for nearly a week, visiting relatives I hadn't seen in years. This was the final leg of my journey, an 8-hour drive home with one last overnight stop at a cabin I'd found online. I'd left my cousin's house in the early evening, around 6 o'clock, figuring I could make it to the cabin before dark. The GPS showed it was about 2 hours away, nestled somewhere in the woods between nowhere and home. I'd chosen it over the usual roadside motels because the pictures looked nice, and honestly, I was tired of stale coffee and suspicious stains on motel carpets. The landscape gradually changed as I drove. The flat farmland gave way to scattered groves of trees, then thicker patches of forest. The radio stations grew weaker, crackling with static until I finally switched it off. The silence wasn't uncomfortable at first, just me, the hum of the engine, and the occasional whoosh of a passing car. By the time I turned off the main highway onto a smaller road, the sun was hanging low in the sky, painting everything in shades of orange and gold. The trees cast long shadows across the asphalt, creating a flickering pattern as I drove through them. My phone showed I was getting close, maybe 15 minutes out. The final turn was onto a gravel road, barely wide enough for 2 cars. Dust kicked up behind me as I slowed down, squinting at the faded numbers on mailboxes. The cabin was supposed to be at the end of this road, according to the host's instructions. When I finally spotted the cabin, I had to admit it looked different from the photos. Not worse necessarily, just different. The listing had shown a quaint wooden structure surrounded by nature. What I found was still that, but the trees at the front had been planted in such a rigid, unnatural line that it felt more like a barrier than landscaping. They were massive pines, their branches creating a wall of green with only the gravel driveway cutting through. I pulled up slowly, gravel crunching under my tires. The sound seemed too loud in the quiet evening air. No other cars were visible, no neighbors within sight, just the cabin, the trees, and the darkening sky above. The padlock was right where the host said it would be, attached to a metal box by the door. I punched in the code from the email and retrieved the key. The lock felt new, barely used. Everything about the exterior seemed weathered except for these recent additions. The lock box, a security light above the door that clicked on as I approached, fresh gravel in the driveway. Inside was a pleasant surprise. The renovation was obviously recent, with gleaming hardwood floors and modern appliances in the small kitchen. It was compact but efficiently designed, with a living area that flowed into the kitchen, a bedroom off to one side, and a bathroom tucked behind. The decor was that generic modern farmhouse style you see everywhere now, lots of white paint, black fixtures, and inspirational quotes on wooden signs. I dropped my bag by the door and did a quick walkthrough. Everything seemed clean and in order. The windows all had locks, the back door was secure, and there was even a welcome basket on the counter with some local honey and homemade soap. Normal Airbnb stuff. I'd picked up food from a drive-thru about an hour back, just a burger and fries, nothing special. I unwrapped it at the small dining table, finally allowing myself to relax. The drive had been long, and I was looking forward to a shower and an early night. I'd barely taken 3 bites when the knock came. It wasn't particularly loud or aggressive, just 3 steady raps on the wooden door. But in the silence of the cabin, surrounded by nothing but wilderness, it might as well have been thunder. I froze mid-chew, listening. No sound of a car engine, no footsteps on the gravel I'd just heard so clearly under my own feet. I set down the burger and walked to the door, trying to make sense of it. Maybe the host lived nearby and had walked over. The listing hadn't mentioned anything about that, but it was possible. Through the small window in the door, I could see a man standing on the porch, middle-aged, probably early 40s, with a closely shaved head and a beard that was more gray than black. He was wearing work clothes, jeans, and a flannel shirt despite the warm evening. I opened the door but kept the screen door latched. "Hello?" His face broke into a smile that seemed friendly enough. "Hi there. I'm just stopping by to make sure you got in okay and everything's good with the cabin." "Oh, you're the host?" I asked, though something felt off about the question even as I said it. "That's right," he said, still smiling. "First time finding the place can be tricky. Just wanted to make sure you didn't have any problems." "No, everything's fine. Found it just fine. Got in with the code. It's a nice place." "Good, good." He shifted his weight, and that's when I noticed the smell. It hit me like a wave, sweat, dirt, and something else. Something organic and unpleasant, like he'd been working in a barn, or maybe hadn't showered in days. "Well, if you need anything, just holler." "Thanks," I said, wanting to end the conversation. The smell was getting stronger, or maybe I was just more aware of it. "Have a good night." "You too." I closed the door and watched through the window as he walked away. He disappeared around the side of the cabin, not back down the driveway. Odd, but maybe there was a path through the woods I hadn't noticed. I went back to my meal, but my appetite had faded. The food tasted like cardboard now, and I found myself straining to hear any sounds from outside. After forcing down half the burger, I threw the rest away and decided on that shower. The bathroom was small but nice, with good water pressure and plenty of hot water. I stood under the stream longer than necessary, letting it wash away the road grime and the lingering unease from the strange encounter. By the time I got out, full darkness had settled over the cabin. The windows that had seemed charming in the evening light now felt exposed and vulnerable. I pulled on sleep clothes and climbed into the bed, which was surprisingly comfortable. The sheets smelled like lavender detergent, a homey touch that should have been comforting. I scrolled through my phone, catching up on messages and social media, trying to pretend this was just another night in just another place. The Wi-Fi was decent, another pleasant surprise. I was just starting to feel drowsy, my eyes getting heavy, when the second knock came. This time I felt it in my chest, a jolt of adrenaline that had me sitting straight up. Same pattern, 3 steady knocks. Same problem, no sounds of arrival, no car, no footsteps. I looked at my phone. It had only been about 40 minutes since the first visit. I didn't want to answer it. Every instinct told me to stay in the bedroom, to pretend I was asleep. But what if something was actually wrong? What if there was an emergency? I compromised by walking quietly to the main room without turning on any lights. Maybe I could see who it was without them knowing I was there. Through the dim light from outside, I could see the same silhouette at the door. The man was back, and he was knocking again. 4 knocks this time, a little harder. "Hello?" he called out. "I know you're awake. I saw your light on a minute ago. Can you open the door, please? I just wanted to ask you one more thing. I'll be quick, I promise." I stood frozen in the darkness. Why was he watching my windows? Why did he need to ask me something? I checked my phone nearly 10 o'clock at night. The reasonable thing would be to text or call if it was important. Any normal host would have my contact information. "It's late," I finally called out, not moving closer to the door. "I'm not really in the mood to chat. If it's not an emergency, can it wait until morning?" Silence. Complete, total silence. I counted the seconds in my head. 10, 20, 30. Was he still there? I couldn't see his silhouette anymore, but that didn't mean anything. He could have moved to the side, out of view. A full minute passed, then another. No response, no footsteps, no sound of him leaving. My legs were starting to cramp from standing so still, but I was afraid to move. afraid that any sound would give away my position. Slowly, carefully, I crept toward the door, staying low and to the side. I raised myself just enough to peek through the window. Nothing. The porch was empty. The motion light that should have been triggered was off. Either he'd been standing very still for a very long time, or he'd found a way to leave without setting it off. Neither option made me feel better. I stood there in the dark, barely breathing, trying to make sense of what was happening. The rational part of my brain offered explanations. Maybe he was socially awkward. Maybe he didn't realize how late it was. Maybe there was actually something important he needed to tell me about the cabin. But my gut was screaming that something was very wrong. I decided to check the windows. Moving as quietly as possible, I went to each one, peering through the gaps in the curtains. The bedroom window faced the woods, nothing but darkness and tree shapes. The kitchen window looked out on the side of the property where the man had disappeared earlier. The bathroom window was too small and high to worry about. That left the living room windows, two of them, facing the front and side of the cabin. I checked the front one first. The driveway was empty except for my car. The motion light was still off. Everything seemed quiet. I moved to the side window, the one that gave a view of the small clearing beside the cabin. At first I saw nothing, just darkness and the vague shapes of trees at the edge of the property. I was about to turn away when something caught my eye, a pale shape against the dark background. I squinted, trying to make it out. It was a face, his face. He was standing maybe 10 feet from the window, perfectly still, looking directly at me. Our eyes met through the glass, and I felt my body go cold with terror. He wasn't hiding. He wasn't trying to peek in secretly. He was just standing there, watching, waiting for me to see him. I ran. Not thought, just pure instinct. I sprinted to the bedroom and slammed the door behind me, my hands shaking as I fumbled with my phone. 911. The numbers seemed to take forever to press. To 911. What's your emergency? There's a man outside my cabin, I said, trying to control my voice. He came by earlier, pretending to be the owner, and now he's standing outside my window watching me. Are you in a safe location now, sir? I'm in the bedroom with the door locked, but I don't know if he's trying to get in. I stopped listening. There was a sound from the main room, a scraping, sliding noise. I think he's trying to open a window. We're dispatching units to your location now. Can you give me the address? I rattled off the address from the booking confirmation, thanking God I'd saved it to my phone. The operator kept me on the line, asking questions about the man's description, whether I could see any weapons, if there were other exits from the building. Can you hear him now? She asked. I pressed my ear to the bedroom door. The sliding sound had stopped, but now there were footsteps on the porch. Slow, measured steps, like he was in no hurry at all. He's on the porch, I whispered, walking around. Officers are about 10 minutes out. Stay where you are and keep the door locked. 10 minutes. In a situation like this, 10 minutes might as well have been 10 hours. I moved away from the door and positioned myself behind the bed, where I'd have some cover if he somehow got in. My car keys were in the main room with my bag. Even if I wanted to run, I couldn't. The footsteps continued their circuit of the porch. Sometimes they'd stop, and I'd imagine him trying doors, testing windows. The old wood creaked under his weight, a sound that would probably have been charming in daylight but was terrifying now. Then, suddenly, silence. No footsteps, no creaking, nothing. Which was somehow worse. Are you still there? The operator asked. Yes, he stopped walking. I can't hear him anymore. Officers are close, just a few more minutes. Those minutes crawled by. I stayed crouched behind the bed, phone pressed to my ear, straining to hear any sound that might tell me where he was and what he was doing. Every little noise, the hum of the refrigerator, the settling of the building, the wind in the trees made my heart race. The first sign of rescue was the sound of tires on gravel, then the blue lights flashing through the bedroom window, painting the walls in alternating patterns of light and shadow. I heard car doors slam, radio chatter, authoritative voices calling out.
Police, anyone out here?
The caller is inside, I heard the operator relay through their radios. Suspect was last seen on the property. I waited until I heard them at the front door before emerging from the bedroom. I'm here, I'm the one who called. Sir, are you okay? Can you open the door? I unlocked it with shaking hands. Two officers stood there, hands resting on their weapons, eyes scanning the area. One was older, probably in his 50s, with kind eyes and a gray mustache. The other was younger, maybe late 20s, all business and sharp attention. "He was here," I said, words tumbling out. "He came by twice. The second time he was watching through the window and trying to get in." "Slow down," the older officer said. "You're safe now. Let's step inside and you can tell us everything." They came in, the younger one staying by the door while the older one sat with me at the table. I told them everything: the first visit, the smell, the second knock, seeing him at the window, hearing him try the windows. "Can you describe him again?" the older officer asked, taking notes. I gave them every detail I could remember: the shaved head, the gray-black beard, the work clothes, that overwhelming smell. The younger officer relayed the description over his radio while his partner continued questioning me. "You said he claimed to be the host." "Yes, said he was checking to make sure I got in okay." "But you never met the actual host?" "No, it was all done online. Contactless check-in." The older officer nodded. "We'll need to contact them, verify that wasn't them. Do you have their information?" I pulled up the booking on my phone, showing them the host's profile. The picture was of a woman, mid-30s, with blonde hair. Definitely not the man who'd visited me. While we waited for more units to arrive and search the property, the officers helped me get in touch with the real host. She answered on the third ring, sounding confused and then increasingly alarmed as I explained the situation. "Oh my God," she said through the phone speaker. I don't have anyone checking on guests. I live 2 hours away. The whole point of the lockbox is so I don't have to be there."
"Ma'am, has anyone else reported strange encounters at your property?" the older officer asked.
"No, never. I've been running this Airbnb for 2 years. Nothing like this has ever happened." They took her statement and contact information while the younger officer coordinated the search outside. I could see flashlight beams sweeping through the trees, hear voices calling out to each other. But as the minutes ticked by, it became clear that whoever the man was, he was gone. We found some footprints. One of the searching officers reported over the radio. "Looks like he went into the woods behind the property, but the trail goes cold at the creek." The older officer turned to me. "Do you have somewhere else you can stay tonight? We'll keep a patrol in the area, but..." I was already packing my bag. There was no way I was spending another minute in that cabin. "I'll find a motel. There's gotta be one on the highway." "That's probably best. We'll need you to come by the station tomorrow to file a full report. But for now, let's get you somewhere safe." They escorted me to my car, the younger officer checking the back seat and trunk before I got in. As I drove away, I saw their flashlights still sweeping through the trees, searching for a man who had vanished as mysteriously as he'd appeared. I found a motel 40 minutes down the highway, a rundown place with flickering neon and a bored night clerk. But it was on a busy road with people around, and that's all I cared about. I triple-checked the locks, shoved a chair under the doorknob, and barely slept. The next morning, after filing the police report, I drove the remaining hours home in broad daylight, checking my mirrors constantly. They never found the man. The host installed security cameras after that, but as far as I know, he never came back. I still think about him sometimes, standing in that darkness, watching through the window, waiting. I don't know what would have happened if I'd opened that door the second time. If I'd been less cautious, more trusting. The police said I did everything right, that listening to my instincts probably saved me from, well, they didn't finish that sentence. They didn't need to. I still take road trips. I still book places to stay. But I never book cabins anymore. And I always trust that feeling in my gut when something isn't right. Because sometimes the monsters aren't in the woods. Sometimes they knock on your door with a smile and a lie, smelling of sweat and dark intentions, waiting for you to make that one mistake. Sometimes the most terrifying sound isn't a scream or a howl or breaking glass. Sometimes it's just silence where there should be footsteps, and eyes where there should be darkness, and the slow scrape of someone trying your window while you hide in the dark, praying for blue lights and sirens. They say you never forget your first encounter with true terror. For me, that unforgettable brush with the unknown came on July 9, 2008, in the heart of the Adirondack Mountains. My name is Dalton Hayes, and I'm an electrician by trade, born and raised in the concrete jungle of New York City. The wild, untamed expanses of upstate New York were about as far from my everyday reality as you could get. But that was precisely the appeal when my childhood buddy Ezra suggested we rent a cabin up there for the long weekend. "Come on, man, it'll be great," Ezra had cajoled over beers at our regular dive bar. Fresh air, fishing, a chance to actually see some stars for once. When was the last time you got out of this urban hellhole? He had a point. The daily grind of the city, the incessant noise, the crowds, the grime, it had a way of wearing a man down to his bones. The thought of escaping to a place where the loudest sound was wind in the trees, and my only obligation was keeping a cooler stocked with beer, well, it had an undeniable allure. So that's how I found myself bumping along a barely there dirt track deep in the Adirondack woods, crammed into the passenger seat of Ezra's ancient pickup. With every pothole and jounce, I found myself questioning the wisdom of this little excursion. "You sure this rust bucket is going to make it, Ez?" I asked, bracing myself against the dashboard as we dipped into yet another crater, masquerading as a road. "Have some faith, city boy," Ezra grinned, patting the dashboard with a grease-stained hand. "Old Blue might not look like much, but she's tougher than she looks, kinda like her owner." I snorted, taking in Ezra's stocky frame, the faded flannel straining across his beer gut. "Yeah, you're a real mountain man, all right. When was the last time you even left Brooklyn?"
Hey, I'll have you know my dad used to take me hunting up here every fall as a kid. Taught me everything he knew about tracking, survival in the wilderness, all that good stuff. This is my natural habitat, man.
I held up my hands in mock surrender. All right, I bow to your superior outdoor skills. Oh, great woodsman, just get us to this damn cabin in one piece, will ya? Ezra just chuckled, cranking up the radio until the twangy strains of some country tune drowned out the truck's protesting engine. An hour and a few close calls with the local wildlife later, we finally pulled up in front of our home for the next few days. To call it rustic would have been an understatement. The rough-hewn log cabin looked like it had been plucked straight from the pages of a frontier novel, all weathered timbers and a slightly sagging porch. But any concerns about the accommodations flew out of my head as soon as I stepped out of the truck. The view was breathtaking. The cabin perched on the edge of a glassy lake, its surface reflecting the emerald pines and azure sky like a pristine mirror. The air smelled of earth and evergreen and a subtle, clean scent I couldn't quite place but I knew instinctively belonged to the unsullied wild. "Okay, I take it back," I said, breathing deep. "This is pretty damn spectacular. How'd you even find this place?" Ezra shrugged, already starting to unload our gear from the truck bed. "Friend of a friend knew a guy, you know how it goes. Apparently this place doesn't get much use, so we got it dirt cheap. Fine by me. More space between us and the nearest annoying tourist, right?" I couldn't argue with that. The isolation that had unsettled me on the drive-in now felt like a blessing, a cocoon against the stresses and demands of the outside world. Out here it was just me, my best friend, and the unspoiled beauty of the mountains. If only I had known then how fleeting that sense of peace would be, how the very isolation I craved would soon become a trap, turning the wilderness from a tranquil haven to a stalking ground for something I still can't fully explain or understand to this day. But in that moment, basking in the warm afternoon sunlight, cold beer in hand as Ezra got a campfire going, all felt right in the world. I was exactly where I needed to be, even if I didn't realize that where I needed to be was as far away from those woods as humanly possible. The first day passed in a pleasant blur of hiking, fishing, and just generally soaking up the peaceful atmosphere. As the sun began its lazy descent towards the tree line, painting the sky in vivid streaks of orange and pink, Ezra and I settled in by the fire, passing a bottle of whiskey back and forth. The warmth of the alcohol mingled pleasantly with the bone-deep relaxation from a day spent in nature's embrace. Ezra was in the middle of a long yarn about his last failed romantic entanglement when the first discordant note crept into the evening's tranquility. It started as a sound, a faint scratching noise from the direction of the cabin. At first I dismissed it, figuring it was just the wind rustling through the dried leaves clinging to the old logs, but it persisted, growing louder and more distinct, until it was impossible to ignore. Ezra trailed off mid-sentence, his brow furrowing as he cocked his head towards the sound. "You hear that? Sounds like something's trying to get in." A prickle of unease crept up my spine as my mind conjured up images of hungry bears or ill-tempered raccoons, but I forced a laugh, trying to dispel the sudden tension. It's probably just some critter looking for an easy meal. We should have been more careful with the trash. Even as I said it, something about my own words rang hollow. There was an edge to the sound, a persistence that didn't feel quite natural, but Ezra seemed to accept my explanation, shrugging and turning back to the fire. We lapsed into a silence that no longer felt quite so companionable, both of us stealing the occasional glance towards the cabin. The scratching continued, rising and falling in an erratic rhythm, and then, just as abruptly as it had begun, it stopped. Ezra let out a nervous chuckle. Maybe you were right about the bears. Guess it gave up when it realized there was no picnic basket waiting. Yeah, I agreed, trying to match his forcibly light tone. Yogi'll have to find his snacks somewhere else tonight. We settled back into our fireside banter, but the earlier ease was gone, replaced by a watchfulness I could see mirrored in the tense set of Ezra's shoulders. As we banked the fire and made our way inside, I couldn't quite shake the feeling that something had shifted in the atmosphere of our little oasis. Sleep didn't come easy that night. Even with a few more shots of whiskey humming through my veins, I found myself tossing and turning on the lumpy mattress, straining my ears against the oppressive silence of the cabin's interior. The night pressed in close, somehow seeming fuller, heavier than any darkness I'd experienced before. Every creak of settling wood, every sigh of the wind through the eaves set my nerves jangling. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that it was just the unfamiliar surroundings and Ezra's story playing tricks on my imagination. But some primal instinct, some inherited echo from the days when our ancestors huddled around flickering fires and jumped at shadows, kept me on a razor's edge of alertness. It was in that liminal space between waking and dreaming that I heard it, a heavy thump against the back door. My heart leapt into my throat as I bolted upright, the bed springs protesting loudly in the stillness. For a moment, I sat frozen, every muscle taut as a bowstring, as I strained to hear over the thunder of my own pulse. But there was only silence and the soft snores drifting from Ezra's room. I tried to convince myself it had just been the house settling, or maybe a branch falling against the door. Anything but the alternative my lizard brain kept throwing up, something large and powerful testing the cabin's defenses. I finally drifted into an uneasy doze just as the first pale fingers of dawn began to creep across the sky. My dreams were a confused jumble of dark shapes and yellowed fangs, the scratching at the window a constant, unsettling soundtrack. When I stumbled into the kitchen the next morning, gritty-eyed and cotton-mouthed, Ezra was already up, staring pensively into a mug of coffee. He glanced up as I entered, the bruised crescents under his eyes telling me I wasn't the only one who'd had a restless night. "Mornin'," he mumbled, nodding towards the coffee pot. "Hope you slept better than I did. Felt like every damn squirrel in the forest was tap dancing on the roof last night." I grunted non-committally, pouring myself a cup of the strong black brew. As the caffeine began to work its magic, I debated whether to bring up the scratching, the heavy thump in the night, but something held me back. An irrational fear that speaking the words aloud would give them weight, make them real in a way I wasn't quite ready to face. So instead, I did what any city dweller worth his salt would do when confronted with the unsettling specter of the unknown. I buried it deep and focused on the concrete realities of bacon and eggs and the day's plans. But even as we set out for a day of swimming and hiking, Ezra determinedly chipper despite the strain around his eyes, I couldn't quite shake the uneasiness that had taken root in my gut. It followed me like a shadow, an uninvited guest on our little getaway that I couldn't seem to shake. As we tromped through the sun-dappled forest, the spicy scent of pine thick in our nostrils, I found myself jumping at every snapped twig, every rustle in the undergrowth. More than once I could have sworn I felt eyes on the back of my neck, a prickling certainty of being watched that had me whipping around only to be confronted with the empty woods. Ezra seemed similarly on edge, his usual exuberant chatter replaced by a tense watchfulness. We stuck closer to the cabin than originally planned, both of us unconsciously gravitating towards the illusion of safety offered by those rough-hewn walls. As the sun began its inevitable descent once more, painting the sky in shades of fire, the uneasiness that had dogged our steps all day crystallized into a leaden ball in the pit of my stomach. Something about the encroaching twilight felt different, heavier, like the very air was holding its breath in anticipation. We went through the motions of building a fire, cooking dinner over the flames, but there was no joy in it, no relaxation. The banter felt forced, brittle, each of us straining to hear past the crackle of the flames for any sign of the return of last night's visitor. It was fully dark by the time we gave up the pretense and retreated to the dubious sanctuary of the cabin. Ezra claimed first shower, leaving me to double and triple check the locks on the doors and windows, as if a thin veneer of brass and wood could stand against the growing certainty that something out there in the night had marked us, had decided we were fair game in a hunt we hadn't signed up for. I was just contemplating the merits of dragging the heavy oak dresser in front of the back door when the first guttural snarl sliced through the silence. The sound was like nothing I'd ever heard before, a cross between a wild dog's growl and the primal roar of some great cat, but threaded through it was an almost human quality, a dark intelligence that turned my blood to ice water in my veins. "Ezra," I called out, ashamed at the tremor in my voice, "please tell me that was you practicing your mating call and not what I think it was." There was a beat of silence. Then Ezra emerged from the bathroom, his face pale beneath his usual ruddy complexion. "Unless my mating call sounds like a pissed-off grizzly with a sore throat, I don't think so, brother." We stood there staring at each other, the unspoken question heavy in the air between us. What the hell was that? And what did it want with us? Before either of us could formulate a response, the thudding began. It was the sound from the night before amplified 100-fold, a rhythmic pounding that shook the very foundation of the cabin. It was coming from all sides, the walls vibrating with each thunderous impact. Ezra's hand drifted unconsciously to the rifle hanging on the wall, a relic from the cabin's past owners. As if in response, a splintering crack rent the air, the sound of claws or talons or God knew what scrabbling against the back door. We were moving before conscious thought could catch up, Ezra ripping the rifle from its brackets while I frantically scanned for anything that could serve as a weapon. My hand closed around the handle of a cast-iron skillet just as a shape darkened the window by the door. In the guttering light of the lantern, I could only make out an impression of bulk, of shaggy fur and a flash of teeth that seemed too large, too numerous to belong to any natural creature. Ezra brought the rifle up to his shoulder, the muzzle trembling as he sighted at the door. "I don't know what the fuck you are," he gritted out through clenched teeth, "but you picked the wrong cabin to mess with." As if in answer, the thing outside let loose another bone-shaking roar, slamming against the door with enough force to splinter the thick oak. In the fractured moonlight spilling through the cracks, I caught a glimpse of a massive taloned paw, the claws wickedly curved and stained a rusting brown that could only be old blood. Time seemed to slow to a crawl as Ezra's finger tightened on the trigger, the sharp report of the rifle like a thunderclap in the close confines of the cabin. The thing howled, an ear-splitting shriek of pain and fury, but the thudding didn't cease. If anything, it redoubled, the doorframe starting to buckle under the onslaught. Ezra cursed, fumbling to reload as I brandished my makeshift weapon with shaking hands. It was becoming horribly clear that we were outmatched here, hopelessly out of our depth against a foe that defied the very laws of nature. Just as I was bracing myself for the inevitable, for the moment when those claws would tear through our feeble barricade like tissue paper, the attack abruptly ceased. The sudden silence was almost more terrifying than the cacophony that had preceded it. Ezra and I stood frozen, hardly daring to breathe as we strained our ears for any hint of our assailant. Long, tense minutes ticked by, marked only by the ragged sawing of our breath and the rapid thud of our heartbeats. When the quiet remained unbroken, Ezra lowered the rifle fractionally, turning to me with a shell-shocked expression. Did it give up?" I shook my head, not trusting myself to speak past the fear still clogging my throat. Every instinct was screaming that this was far from over, that the thing out there was just biding its time, waiting for us to let our guard down. A glimmer of movement beyond the window snapped my head around, my heart leaping into my throat. For a moment I could make out nothing in the darkness. Then a shadow detached itself from the deeper gloom of the forest, a massive hunched shape lumbering into the clearing surrounding the cabin. My breath caught in my chest as the creature straightened to its full height, easily topping 7 feet. In the watery moonlight I could make out more details I wished with all my being I could forget. The thing was shaped like a man, but its proportions were all wrong. arms too long, legs too short, the torso bulging with slabs of muscle that strained against the shaggy pelt. Its face was a horror, a twisted amalgam of human and animal features. A blunt muzzle projected over a lipless mouth bristling with jagged teeth, each one as long as my thumb. But worst of all were the eyes, a sickly, intelligent yellow that glowed with a feral, all-too-aware light. For a heart-stopping moment those eyes met mine through the shattered window, and I swear I saw something like dark amusement flicker in their depths, a cruel recognition of the terror it had inspired. Then, with a fluid grace belying its bulk, the creature turned and melted back into the forest, the darkness swallowing it up like it had never been. In the ringing silence that followed, Ezra and I could only stare at each other, the rifle hanging forgotten in his numb fingers. There was no doubt, no rationalization that could explain away what we had just witnessed. We had come face to face with something that shouldn't exist, something straight out of... In the ringing silence that followed, Ezra and I could only stare at each other, the rifle hanging forgotten in his numb fingers. There was no doubt, no rationalization that could explain away what we had just witnessed. We had come face to face with something that shouldn't exist, something straight out of humanity's most primal nightmares, and it had marked us as its prey. "We need to get out of here," Ezra croaked, his voice sounding thin and reedy in the oppressive quiet. "Now before that thing comes back." I nodded jerkily, my mind already racing ahead to the logistics of our escape. The truck was our only lifeline, our sole means of getting out of these godforsaken woods and back to the safety of civilization. But to reach it, we'd have to venture out into the night, into the domain of the creature that had nearly shattered our sanity with a single glance. "We can't go now," I said, hating the tremor in my voice. "Not in the dark. We wouldn't make it 10 feet before that thing was on us." Ezra opened his mouth to argue, but the words died on his lips as the reality of our situation sank in. Out there we were vulnerable, easy pickings for a predator that had already demonstrated its unnatural cunning and strength. In here, at least we had the illusion of shelter, the comforting solidity of walls and locked doors between us and the nightmare made flesh. "At first light, then," he said grimly. "We pack only what we need and we make a run for it. Don't stop for anything." The hours until dawn were the longest of my life. Ezra and I took turns on watch, the rifle clutched white-knuckled in shaking hands as we peered into the void beyond the shattered window. The darkness pressed in like a living thing, every rustle of leaves, every sigh of the wind setting our nerves strumming like live wires. There was no sign of the creature, no hint of glowing eyes or shaggy bulk moving among the trees. But that almost made it worse. The thing was out there, biding its time, playing with us like a cat toying with cornered mice. For an insane moment, I almost wished it would attack again, anything to break the suffocating tension. When the first pale fingers of dawn began to creep across the sky, it felt like a benediction, a stay of execution. Hardly daring to breathe, Ezra and I gathered our meager supplies, every sense straining for the slightest hint of our tormentor's return. But the woods remained silent, still, mocking our terror with their placid serenity. It wasn't until we had the cabin door open, the truck keys clutched in Ezra's white-knuckled grip, that the facade shattered. A roar split the morning air, a sound of such fury and malevolence that it knocked the breath from my lungs. Ezra's head whipped towards the tree line, his eyes going wide with horror. I followed his gaze just in time to see the creature burst from the underbrush, its massive form hurtling towards us with terrifying speed. "Run!" Ezra screamed, his voice cracking with panic. "Run!" We sprinted for the truck, hurling ourselves into the cab just as the creature reached the edge of the clearing. I caught a glimpse of its face, twisted with a rage that was all too human, before Ezra slammed the truck into gear and we were off, wheels spinning in the loose dirt. In the rearview mirror, I watched as the creature gave chase, its powerful legs eating up the ground in great loping strides. For one heart-stopping moment, I was certain it would catch us, that those wicked claws would hook into the tailgate and drag us back into a nightmare from which there would be no waking. But then we hit the main road, and Ezra floored it, the truck's engine roaring as we sped away from that place of horror. I risked one last glance back, just in time to see the creature skid to a halt at the tree line. It stood there for a long moment, its chest heaving, those hellish yellow eyes boring into mine with an intensity that promised this was far from over. Then, with a final vengeful howl, it turned and vanished back into the forest depths that had spawned it. The drive back to civilization was a blur, a numb haze of adrenaline and disbelief. Ezra and I barely spoke, each lost in the impossible memories of what we had witnessed. It wasn't until we stumbled into the ranger station, babbling some half-coherent story about a bear attack, that the enormity of it all came crashing down. The rangers were dubious, their eyes flickering skeptically over our wild-eyed, haunted expressions, but they couldn't deny the claw marks gouged into the truck's bodywork, or the blood, not ours, we knew, that stained the windows. In the end, they chalked it up to a close encounter with a rogue grizzly, a tragic but explainable event. If only it were that simple. If only we could file away the events of that night as just another campfire story, a cautionary tale for the inexperienced hiker. But Ezra and I knew better. We had seen the face of something ancient and malevolent, something that defied the neat little boxes of science and reason. In the weeks and months that followed, we tried to put it behind us, to lose ourselves in the comforting banality of work and city life. But the memory lingered, an insidious poison that colored our every waking moment and lurked in the shadows of our dreams. Ezra took to the bottle, seeking solace in the numbing embrace of cheap whiskey. I threw myself into my job, working double shifts until exhaustion granted me a few precious hours of dreamless sleep. But always, the creature was there, lurking on the edges of our consciousness. A flash of yellow eyes in a crowded street, a hulking shadow glimpsed from the corner of the eye. It had marked us, claimed us, in some primal way we could never fully understand or escape. And as the years stretched on, the stories began to trickle in, hushed whispers of hikers vanishing without a trace, of mangled animal carcasses found deep within the forest, of eerie howls echoing through the night. Each tale was like a knife to the gut, a reminder that our nightmare was all too real. I never went back to the Adirondacks, never set foot in another wilderness without the cold grip of fear tightening around my heart. The great outdoors, once a source of solace and wonder, had become a place of dread, a realm ruled by an apex predator that walked the gossamer line between myth and reality. But even in the neon-soaked canyons of the city, I can't escape the feeling that it's out there, watching, waiting. That one day, whether by chance or design, I'll round a corner and find myself staring into those pitiless yellow eyes once more. Because in the end, there are some horrors that can never be outrun, some scars that etch themselves onto the very soul. The wilderness may have taken everything else from me, my peace of mind, my sense of the world as a rational, orderly place, but it also gave me a terrible gift, a knowledge that can never be unlearned. Out there in the vast, untamed reaches of the world, monsters are real, and God help any man unfortunate enough to cross their path. My name is James Jones, and this happened to me on August 14, 1998. I was 32 years old at the time, working as a search and rescue officer in a small town called Pinecrest, Maine. It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone, tucked away in the dense forests near the Canadian border. Nothing much ever happened in Pinecrest, which is probably why I took to my job with such dedication. But let me tell you, nothing could have prepared me for the horrors I witnessed that summer. The day started like any other. I was at the station, sipping on a stale cup of coffee and trying to shake off the remnants of sleep. Our team was small, just me and my partner Tom Halloran, along with a handful of volunteers we could call on if needed. Tom and I had been working together for years, and we had a good rhythm. We knew the forests around Pinecrest like the back of our hands, or so we thought. Around 10 a.m., a call came in about a missing hiker. A woman named Claire Donovan, age 28, had gone out for a hike the previous morning and hadn't returned. Her husband Hank was frantic with worry. Claire was an experienced hiker, he told us over the phone. She knew the trails well. It wasn't like her to just disappear. Tom and I met Hank at the trailhead. He was a tall, wiry man with a thick beard, and the dark circles under his eyes told me he hadn't slept a wink. "She's done this hike a dozen times," he kept saying, his voice strained with anxiety. "She knows the area like the back of her hand." We assured Hank that we'd do everything we could to find his wife. Tom and I set out, calling in a couple of volunteers to help with the search. The trail was one we were familiar with, a moderately challenging hike that led up through dense pine forest and then along the edge of a steep ridge. It was a beautiful area, but treacherous if you didn't know what you were doing. We figured Claire might have twisted an ankle or gotten turned around. It happens, even to experienced hikers. The first few hours of the search were uneventful. We called Claire's name until our voices were hoarse, scanned the thick underbrush for any sign of disturbance, checked the trail for footprints or broken branches, but there was nothing. It was as if Claire had simply vanished into thin air. By late afternoon, a sense of unease had settled over our small search party. This was longer than any search should have taken, especially on a trail we knew so well. Hank was beside himself with worry, pacing at the trailhead like a caged animal. We had to gently but firmly tell him to stay put. The last thing we needed was another person getting lost in the forest. As the sun began to sink lower in the sky, painting the trees in shades of gold and crimson, Tom and I made the decision to push deeper into the woods. We left the main trail, following a narrow game path that snaked through the undergrowth. The forest seemed to close in around us, the trees pressing close, their branches intertwined overhead until only slivers of the fading light penetrated the canopy. It was then that we found the first sign of Claire. It was a scarf, a bright splash of red against the muted greens and browns of the forest floor. It had snagged on a broken branch, fluttering forlornly in the breeze. Tom and I exchanged a look. Hank had mentioned Claire was wearing a red scarf when she set out. "Over here," I called to Tom, my voice sounding muffled in the heavy air. He jogged over, his boots crunching on the carpet of pine needles. We both stared at the scarf, a sense of foreboding settling over us like a shroud. "Think she just dropped it?" Tom asked, but there was doubt in his voice. I wasn't sure, maybe, but let's keep moving. We're on the right track. We pressed on, calling Claire's name, the sound echoing back to us from the indifferent trees. The light was fading fast now, shadows pooling beneath the pines. About an hour later, as we were fighting our way through a particularly dense patch of underbrush, we found another clue. It was a water bottle, half buried in the soft loam. Tom picked it up, turning it over in his hands. There was a name scribbled on the side in black marker, Claire. A jolt of excitement mixed with apprehension shot through me. We were close now, I could feel it. But it was the next discovery that stopped us cold. We stumbled into a small clearing, and at first glance it appeared to be an ordinary campsite. But something was off. There were no tents, no sleeping bags, no cheerfully crackling campfire. Instead, there was a haphazard circle of stones, the ashes inside them long cold. Scattered around were a few forlorn-looking belongings, a tattered backpack, a single hiking boot, a rusted pocket knife. Tom and I stood there, the hair on the backs of our necks standing up. This was no ordinary campsite. It looked like it had been abandoned in a hurry, and a long time ago. But the most unsettling thing was the silence. The forest was always quiet, but this was different. It was a heavy, oppressive silence, like the trees themselves were holding their breath. And then we saw it. Partially hidden beneath a drift of leaves, almost as if it had been placed there deliberately, was a shoe, a woman's hiking boot, the mate to the one we'd seen earlier. Tom picked it up gingerly, as if it might bite him. He turned it over in his hands, his face grim. "This is Claire's, isn't it?" he asked, although it wasn't really a question. "I think so," I said. My voice sounded strange to my own ears, thin and strained. But what the hell is this place? Neither of us had an answer. A glance at the sky told us night was fast approaching. It wasn't safe to keep searching in the dark, not in this part of the forest. Reluctantly, we decided to make camp nearby and resume our search at first light. We pitched our small two-man tent in a spot that gave us a clear view of the strange campsite. As Tom set about building a fire, more for comfort than warmth in the muggy August night, I radioed back to the station. I told them what we'd found, trying to keep the unease out of my voice. They promised to send out additional search parties in the morning to widen the search radius. Hank, they told me, was still at the trailhead, refusing to leave. That night was one of the longest of my life. I lay in my sleeping bag staring up at the tent ceiling, my mind whirring. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig had me jerking upright, my heart pounding. Tom seemed to be faring no better. I could hear him tossing and turning, his breathing heavy in the darkness. At some point, I must have drifted into a fitful sleep, because I woke with a start. It took me a moment to realize what had woken me. It was a scream, distant but unmistakable, echoing through the trees. Beside me, Tom sat bolt upright, his eyes wide. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. I was already scrambling out of my sleeping bag, fumbling for my boots. It sounded like it came from the north. We burst out of the tent, flashlights in hand. The scream came again, louder this time, and filled with terror. It was a woman's voice, Claire's voice. "This way," I yelled, plunging into the trees. Tom was right behind me, his breathing harsh in the still night air. We ran, heedless of the branches that whipped at our faces, the roots that tried to trip us. The screams grew louder, more desperate, urging us onward, and then, as suddenly as they had started, they stopped. The silence that followed was more terrifying than the screams. We burst into another clearing, and the scene before us was like something out of a nightmare. Claire was there, her body sprawled on the forest floor, but she wasn't alone. Crouched over her was a creature straight out of a horror movie. It was humanoid, but larger than any man I'd ever seen. Its skin was a sickly grayish-green, covered in what looked like scales, but it was its face that I'll never forget. It had no nose, just two slitted nostrils. Its eyes were large and black, reflecting the light of our flashlights, and its mouth, it was wide and gaping, filled with rows of needle-like teeth. The creature looked up as we entered the clearing, and let out a hiss that sent shivers down my spine. It moved faster than I would have believed possible for something that size, and vanished into the trees. For a moment we stood frozen, our minds struggling to process what we had just seen. Then a low moan from Claire snapped us out of it. We rushed to her side. She was alive, but barely. Her clothes were shredded, and her body was covered in deep, vicious-looking gashes. She stared up at us, her eyes glassy with shock and pain. "It came out of nowhere," she whispered, her voice barely audible. I couldn't. Her eyes rolled back in her head, and she went limp. For one heart-stopping moment, I thought we'd lost her. But then I saw the shallow rise and fall of her chest. She was still breathing, but she needed medical attention, and fast. We carried her out of those woods, taking turns when our arms grew tired. It was a brutal hike, made all the more difficult by the darkness and our growing fear. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every sound made us jump. By the time we reached the trailhead, we were both exhausted, physically and mentally. Hank was there, pacing under the harsh glare of the floodlights. When he saw us, Claire's limp form cradled in Tom's arms, he let out a sound I'll never forget, half sob, half scream. He ran to us, his hands hovering over his wife's still form, afraid to touch her. The next few hours passed in a blur. An ambulance came, whisking Claire away to the hospital. Hank went with her, his face a mask of grief and fear. Tom and I gave our statements to the local police, trying our best to describe what we'd seen without sounding completely insane. I could tell by the looks on their faces that they didn't believe us, not really. But the evidence of the attack on Claire was undeniable. Something had hurt her, something that definitely wasn't human. In the days that followed, a sense of dread settled over Pinecrest. More people went missing, hikers and campers who ventured into the woods and never came out. Search parties were sent out, but they found nothing, no trace of the missing people. It was as if the forest had swallowed them whole. Claire, miraculously, survived her ordeal, but she was changed, and not just physically. She was haunted, jumping at every sound, every unexpected movement. She spoke of the creature in the woods, the thing that had attacked her, but no one believed her. They put it down to trauma, to the stress of her ordeal. Only Tom and I knew the truth. We had seen it with our own eyes. We tried to hunt it, to track it down. We spent days combing the woods, setting traps, following trails that always seemed to lead nowhere. It was like the creature was toying with us, always one step ahead. And with each passing day, the fear in Pinecrest grew. People started locking their doors at night, keeping their children inside. The woods, once a place of beauty and tranquility, became a place of terror. And then, just when we thought things couldn't get any worse, they did. We found a body, or what was left of one. It was a hiker, a man named Ethan Boyd. He had been torn apart, his body scattered across a small clearing deep in the woods. It was a scene of unimaginable horror, and it broke something inside me. I knew then that we were dealing with something far beyond our understanding, something evil. The attacks escalated from there. More bodies were found, each one more gruesome than the last. People started leaving Pinecrest, packing up their lives and fleeing in the middle of the night. Those who remained lived in a constant state of terror, jumping at every shadow. The town was dying, and we seemed powerless to stop it. And then, one night, the creature came for me. I was at home trying to catch a few hours of restless sleep when I heard a sound outside my window. At first I thought it was just the wind, but then I heard it again, a low guttural growl that seemed to vibrate through my entire body. I grabbed my gun, my hands shaking so badly I could barely load it. I crept to the window, my heart pounding in my ears, and there it was, crouched in the shadows of my yard. Its black eyes seemed to bore into me, and I swear I saw something like amusement in them, as if it knew how terrified I was. I don't know what would have happened if Tom hadn't shown up when he did. He burst into my house, his own gun drawn. Together we managed to drive the creature back into the woods, but I knew it wouldn't be gone for long. It would be back, and it would keep coming back until it got what it wanted. What that was, I didn't know. All I knew was that we had to stop it, before it destroyed everything and everyone I cared about. The final confrontation happened deep in the heart of the forest, in a place even the most experienced hikers avoided. Tom and I, along with a handful of the bravest or perhaps most foolish men and women of Pinecrest, tracked the creature to its lair. It was a place of darkness and death, the ground littered with the bones of its victims. The battle was brutal. The creature was strong, stronger than anything I had ever faced. It moved with a speed and agility that defied belief, and its claws cut through flesh like a knife through butter. We lost good people that day, friends and neighbors, people I had known my entire life. But in the end, we prevailed. The creature lay dead at our feet, its black blood staining the earth. But even in death, it seemed to mock us, because we never found out what it was or where it had come from. Some said it was a mutation, a product of the toxic waste that had been illegally dumped in the woods years before. Others claimed it was something older, something that had always been there, waiting in the shadows. I didn't know what to believe. All I knew was that it was over, and Pinecrest could start to heal. But for me, there was no healing. The horrors I had seen, the friends I had lost, they haunted me. I left Pinecrest not long after, unable to stay in the place that held so many painful memories. I drifted for a while, trying to find somewhere I belonged, but I never could quite shake the feeling that something was watching me, waiting for me in the darkness. And sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, I swear I can hear it. That low, guttural growl that still sends shivers down my spine. And I wonder, is it really over? Or is it still out there somewhere, waiting for its next victim? I pray I never find out. But in my heart, I know the truth. Evil like that never really dies. It just waits, biding its time, until it can strike again. The manila folder landed on my desk with a dull thud. Inside were photos of mangled livestock, missing person reports, and grainy trail camera footage that showed only shadows. Another assignment, another horror waiting in the wilderness. But this one would be different. This one would be my last. My name is Robert Johnson, and for 15 years I worked for a classified government unit that investigates unexplained phenomena. We operate in the shadows, cleaning up messes that would shatter the public's perception of reality. Most of our work involves debunking hoaxes or explaining away natural phenomena. But sometimes we find something that defies explanation, something that shouldn't exist. The briefing was held in a windowless room deep within a nondescript government building in Washington, D.C. Deputy Director Morrison, a tall woman with steel-gray hair and eyes that had seen too much, laid out the situation. Pine Hollow, Maine, population 847. In the past 6 months, 3 hikers have vanished without a trace, 7 cattle mutilations. 2 search and rescue teams reported hearing unusual sounds before their equipment malfunctioned. She paused, letting the information sink in. Local authorities are overwhelmed. The mayor is talking to reporters. We need this contained before it draws national attention. I studied the photos spread across the table. The cattle hadn't been eaten. They'd been torn apart, as if by something testing its strength. The missing hikers were experienced outdoorsmen, not amateur tourists who might have gotten lost. Something was wrong in Pine Hollow, and we were being sent to fix it. Our 4-person team assembled at Bangor International Airport on a humid August afternoon. I'd worked with each of them before, trusted them with my life. Eric Barnes, our technology specialist, was already setting up his equipment in the back of our unmarked SUV. His fingers moved across keyboards with practiced precision, but I noticed they trembled slightly. He'd lost his partner on our last mission in the Ozarks. Lisa Murray, our biologist, was examining satellite maps of the area. Her academic background gave her an air of detachment, but I'd seen her face down things that would send most people running in terror. She'd specialized in predator behavior before joining the unit, though nothing in her studies had prepared her for what we actually hunted. Sam Torres completed our team, former Marine Force Recon. He carried himself with the quiet confidence of someone who had seen combat but didn't feel the need to talk about it. He methodically checked our weapons, standard-issue M4 carbines and Sig Sauer sidearms. We never knew what we might encounter, so we came prepared for anything. The drive north took us through increasingly remote territory. Paved roads gave way to gravel, then dirt. Cell service disappeared. The GPS showed only empty spaces between the trees. Pine Hollow wasn't just off the beaten path, it was barely on the map. The town itself was a collection of weathered buildings clustered around a single main street. A few pickup trucks were parked outside the general store, their rust patterns suggesting they'd been there for years. An American flag hung limply from the post office, its colors faded by sun and rain. We checked into the Pine Hollow Inn, a two-story building that had seen better days. The owner, Mrs. Henderson, was a widow in her 70s who seemed relieved to have paying customers. "Not many tourists these days," she said, her voice carrying a hint of worry. "Not since the disappearances started." I asked her about the missing hikers. Her face tightened. Good people, knew these woods better than anyone. Whatever took them. She stopped herself, shaking her head. "You be careful out there. The forest, it's different now." We spent the first day interviewing locals and examining the sites where the cattle had been found. The pattern was clear. All the incidents had occurred within a 5-mile radius of an area the locals called the dead zone, where even the hardiest hunters refused to go. Eric's equipment picked up unusual electromagnetic readings. "It's like something's interfering with the natural magnetic field," he said, frowning at his instruments. "I've never seen patterns like this before." Lisa found tracks that didn't match any known species. "The stride length suggests something big," she explained, measuring the distance between prints. "But the impression pattern is all wrong. It's like it's walking on two legs, but the weight distribution is impossible for any known bipedal animal." As dusk approached, we made camp near the edge of the dead zone. The forest was unnaturally quiet. No birds, no insects, not even the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. The silence pressed against our ears like a physical presence. The rhythmic thumping started at midnight. At first it was barely noticeable, a low vibration you felt more than heard, but it grew stronger, more insistent, like a massive heart beating beneath the earth. Our equipment began to malfunction, screens flickering with static. "Movement, 200 meters north," Sam whispered, his thermal scope scanning the tree line. But whatever he saw vanished before the rest of us could confirm it. The thumping grew louder, closer. Tree branches swayed without wind. The air became thick, making it difficult to breathe. Then we heard the scream, not human, not animal, but something in between. It echoed through the forest, setting our teeth on edge. Eric's hands flew across his keyboard. "Getting massive electromagnetic spikes. Whatever it is, it's..." His words cut off as something large crashed through the underbrush behind him. In the beam of our flashlights, we caught a glimpse of dark fur, gleaming eyes and teeth that seemed too numerous, too sharp. The attack was swift and brutal. Eric never had a chance to run. The creature moved with impossible speed, its massive form defying physics. One moment Eric was there, the next he was gone, leaving only a spray of blood across his equipment. The next 24 hours became a desperate game of survival. We abandoned most of our gear, taking only weapons and essential supplies. The creature toyed with us, herding us deeper into its territory. We'd hear the thumping from one direction, only to have it suddenly appear behind us. Lisa tried to analyze its behavior. "It's intelligent," she said as we took shelter in a ravine. "It's not just hunting us, it's studying us, learning our patterns." Her scientific detachment was cracking, fear showing through the professional facade. Sam's military training kept us alive through the second night. He set up defensive positions, laid false trails, did everything by the book. But the creature didn't play by any rules we understood. It came for him during his watch, moving so fast our bullets seemed to pass right through it. His last words were a warning, "Run." Then the darkness took him, his screams mixing with the sound of breaking bones. We found the cabin just before dawn, an old ranger station, long abandoned. Lisa's hands shook as she helped me barricade the doors and windows. We were running on adrenaline and fear, our minds struggling to process what we'd seen. "What is it?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Nothing moves like that. Nothing should be that strong." I had no answers. In 15 years of hunting monsters, I'd never encountered anything like this. The reports, the photos, nothing had prepared us for the reality of what stalked these woods. The creature came for us as the sun set. The thumping grew until the whole cabin shook, dust falling from the ceiling. Lisa fired through a window, the muzzle flash illuminating a shape that seemed to shift and change in the darkness. The thing that burst through the wall was nightmare-made flesh. Its fur absorbed light. Its eyes held an intelligence that was terrifying in its alienness. Lisa's bullets struck it, drawing blood that seemed to evaporate before it hit the ground. I fought with everything I had, but it was like fighting a force of nature. The creature threw me across the room with casual strength. Through blurred vision, I saw it take Lisa. Her screams faded into the forest, leaving me alone with the knowledge that I had failed to protect my team. The official report lists it as a bear attack. 3 federal agents killed in the line of duty while investigating wildlife disturbances. My testimony was quietly buried, along with any evidence that might suggest something more sinister. I left the unit after that, opened a small bookstore in Vermont, surrounded myself with stories that make sense, that have beginnings and endings, but the memories of Pine Hollow haunt me. Sometimes, late at night, I hear a familiar thumping in the distance. The locals here tell stories about missing hikers, about strange sounds in the woods. I wonder if it followed me, if it's still out there, watching, waiting, or maybe there are more of them, spreading slowly across the dark places of our world. The thought keeps me awake at night, staring at the ceiling, remembering the look in its eyes, ancient, hungry, and terrifyingly aware. The government still sends teams to investigate strange occurrences in remote places. I've heard whispers of similar incidents in other forests, other small towns. But I won't go back. I've seen what lurks in the shadows, and I know that some mysteries are better left unsolved. Yet sometimes, when the wind blows through the trees and the shadows grow long, I find myself reaching for my old gear, checking my weapons. Because deep down, I know the truth. The creature of Pine Hollow is still out there. And one day, it might come looking for the one who got away. I'm John Anderson, 79 years old now, and what I'm about to tell you happened to me back in 1987. I was just a regular guy then, working as an electrician in Philadelphia. Nothing fancy about my life, just work, beer on Fridays and weekends spent either fixing things around the house or watching the Eagles play. My wife Marla was pregnant with our first kid, and money was tight. So when my buddy Calvin offered up his family's cabin in the Poconos for a week, I jumped at the chance. A week away from the city sounded like heaven, and maybe some time alone would give me the clarity I needed about becoming a father. Calvin couldn't make it himself, some last-minute work thing came up, but he gave me the keys and directions. Before I left, I promised Marla I'd be back before she even started to miss me. She just laughed and said, "Just don't forget to call me every day." The drive was uneventful, just me and the open road, winding through dense forests and up into the mountains. The cabin was a rustic little place, perched on the edge of a small, serene lake. It had a wraparound porch, a stone fireplace, and that musty smell of old wood and dust that you can only get in places like this. It felt like stepping back in time, and I loved it. I spent the first couple of days fishing, hiking, and reading old magazines I found in the cabin. It was nice to be away from the noise and stress of the city, to just breathe in the fresh air and let my mind wander. I even made a campfire one night and tried to remember how to play the guitar, which I hadn't touched since high school. It was the kind of simple, peaceful existence I hadn't realized I'd been missing. On the third day, things took a turn. I was out on the porch, sipping a beer and watching the sunset when I saw movement in the tree line across the lake. It was too far to make out any details, just a dark shape slipping between the trees. I squinted, trying to get a better look, but it disappeared before I could figure out what it was. Probably just a deer, I told myself, but something about it didn't sit right with me. It moved too quickly, too smoothly. That night I had trouble sleeping. I kept hearing noises outside, branches snapping, and the occasional rustle of leaves. The kind of sounds you'd expect in the woods, sure, but they seemed too close, too deliberate. I kept telling myself it was just my imagination, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there watching. The next morning I found tracks around the cabin. They were big, too big to be any animal I was familiar with, and definitely not human. Deep, wide prints that seemed to have claws at the ends. I took a few photos with the disposable camera I'd brought and tried to convince myself it was some kind of bear, even though I knew it didn't make sense. Bears don't move like that, and their tracks don't look like these. I decided to head into town, get some supplies, and maybe ask around if anyone had seen anything unusual. The nearest town was about 30 minutes away, a small place called Millvale. It had a general store, a diner, and not much else. I grabbed some groceries and stopped by the diner for a coffee, hoping to strike up a conversation with the locals. There was an old guy at the counter, nursing a cup of black coffee and reading a newspaper. He looked like he'd been around forever, with a weathered face and a trucker hat that had seen better days. "Morning," I said, trying to sound casual. "Morning," he replied without looking up. "I'm staying out at a cabin on Lake Willow," I said. "Been seeing some weird tracks around, big ones. Any idea what they might be?" He looked up then, his eyes narrowing. "Lake Willow, you say?" "Yeah, just across the lake from the old Johnson place." He nodded slowly. "Ain't many folks go out that way no more, not since the disappearances." That got my attention. Disappearances? He sipped his coffee and shrugged. "Couple years back, some folks went missing around those woods. Never found them. Some say it was wild animals. Others think something else. I don't know. Will you be careful out there?" I thanked him for the warning, but I wasn't sure what to make of it. Disappearances, strange tracks. Maybe there was something to it, or maybe it was just small-town rumors. Either way, it put me on edge. When I got back to the cabin, I double-checked all the windows and doors, making sure everything was locked up tight. I kept the fire going and stayed inside, trying to shake the feeling that I was being watched. That night, the noises were louder, closer. Something was definitely out there, and it wasn't just my imagination. I decided to stay up, sitting in the dark with a flashlight and a kitchen knife, the only weapons I had. Around midnight, I heard something scratching at the door. My heart pounded in my chest as I crept closer, trying to see through the peephole. All I saw was darkness, but the scratching continued, slow and deliberate, like whatever it was knew I was inside. I flicked on the porch light, hoping to scare it off, but all it did was reveal a large, shadowy figure standing just beyond the reach of the light. It was tall, hunched over, with long, sinewy limbs and eyes that glowed a sickly yellow in the darkness. My breath caught in my throat as it let out a low, guttural sound that chilled me to the bone. I backed away from the door, my mind racing. I needed to get out of there, but my truck was parked out front, and I'd have to go through the thing to get to it. I grabbed my keys and made a decision. I'd make a run for it. I threw open the door and sprinted towards the truck, not daring to look back. The creature let out a roar and lunged after me. I could hear its footsteps pounding the ground behind me as I fumbled with the keys trying to unlock the door. I managed to get it open and jumped inside, slamming the door shut just as it reached me. The thing smashed against the side of the truck, its claws raking against the metal, but I didn't stick around to see what it would do next. I gunned the engine and tore out of there, not stopping until I was back in Millvale. I went straight to the police station and told them everything. The sheriff, a grizzled man named Hank Briscoe, listened with a skeptical look on his face. He'd heard stories like mine before, he said, but there was never any evidence to back them up. Still, he agreed to send a couple of deputies out to the cabin to check it out. I spent the night at a motel, jumping at every sound, unable to sleep. The next morning, Sheriff Briscoe called to tell me they'd found the cabin empty. No sign of any creature or strange tracks, just some scratches on the door and the side of my truck. He suggested I head back to Philadelphia and forget about it, chalk it up to an overactive imagination. But I knew what I'd seen, and I couldn't just forget about it. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was still out there, somewhere in those woods, waiting. I decided to cut my trip short and head back home. I didn't want to leave Marla alone any longer than necessary, especially not with a baby on the way. I tried to put the whole thing out of my mind, but it wasn't easy. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those yellow eyes staring back at me. A few weeks later, I got a call from Calvin. He'd finally made it up to the cabin and found my disposable camera. The photos I took of the tracks were still on it, and he had them developed. He sounded shaken, said he was coming over to show me. When he arrived, he handed me the photos without a word. The tracks were clear as day, big and clawed, just like I remembered. But there was one photo I didn't take, a close-up of those yellow eyes staring right into the camera. We never talked about it again. I kept the photos locked away, a reminder of what I'd seen, but never showed them to anyone else. I tried to move on, focus on my family, and forget about that week in the woods. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear those noises, those scratches at the door, and I wonder if it's still out there, watching, waiting. Years passed, and life moved on. Marla gave birth to our son Jake, and we settled into a routine. I never went back to the cabin, and neither did Calvin. We both made unspoken promises to stay away from those woods. One night, years later, I was watching TV when the news came on about another disappearance near Lake Willow. A group of campers had gone missing, leaving behind their gear and a campsite that looked like it had been attacked by something wild. My heart sank as I listened to the report, knowing deep down that whatever had haunted me all those years ago was still out there. I knew I couldn't ignore it any longer. I had to do something, even if it meant facing that creature again. I couldn't let more people disappear without at least trying to stop it. I gathered my things, including the old photos and a hunting rifle I'd bought after that trip, and headed back to the Poconos. When I arrived in Millvale, it was like stepping back in time. The town hadn't changed much, and neither had the old guy at the diner. He recognized me instantly and nodded as I walked in. "Back again, huh?" he said. "Figured you'd stay away after what happened." "I can't," I replied. "People are still going missing. I have to do something." He looked at me for a long moment before nodding. "Be careful out there. Whatever it is, it's dangerous." I thanked him and headed to the cabin. It looked the same as it had all those years ago, maybe a bit more run down. I parked the truck, loaded my rifle, and started a fire in the fireplace. I wasn't planning on sleeping. I was here to confront whatever had been terrorizing these woods. As the sun set, the familiar noises started again. Branches snapping, leaves rustling. Only this time, I was ready. I sat by the fire, rifle in hand, waiting. Hours passed, and just when I was starting to think nothing would happen, I heard it, the scratching at the door. I took a deep breath, stood up, and walked to the door. I flicked on the porch light, just like before, and opened the door, rifle at the ready. There it was, the creature from my nightmares. Tall, hunched over, with those same sickly yellow eyes. It let out a low growl and took a step towards me. I didn't hesitate. I fired the rifle, hitting it square in the chest. It let out a scream of pain and stumbled back, but it didn't go down. I fired again and again until the rifle was empty and the creature lay still on the ground. I stood there, breathing heavily, my heart pounding in my chest. It was over. I'd done it. I walked over to the creature, still cautious, and examined it. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen, a twisted mix of animal and something else entirely. I took a few more photos, just to be sure, and then dragged it away from the cabin. I called the sheriff the next morning and told him everything. He was skeptical, but when he saw the photos and the body, he couldn't deny it. They took it away for examination, and I never heard what became of it. Life went back to normal after that. The disappearances stopped, and people started returning to Lake Willow. I kept the rifle and the photos as a reminder of what I'd faced, but I didn't dwell on it. I had a family to take care of, and that was more important. Years later, when Jake was old enough, I told him the story. He didn't believe me at first, but when I showed him the photos, he couldn't deny it. I hoped he'd never have to face something like that, but I wanted him to be prepared, just in case. Now I'm an old man, and the memories of that week in the woods are still vivid. I don't know what that creature was or where it came from, but I know one thing: it's gone, and I made sure it would never hurt anyone again. As I sit here telling you this story, I can't help but think about the old guy at the diner and his warning. He knew something was out there, something dangerous, and he was right. So if you ever find yourself up near Lake Willow, be careful. You never know what might be lurking in the woods. And always remember to keep your door locked. The year was 2009, and after years of dreaming about it, I was finally embarking on a solo, multi-week trek through the Pacific Northwest. Ever since I first read Cheryl Strayed's memoir, Wild, I had been longing to experience the rugged beauty of this region for myself. As an avid hiker, I felt well prepared for the journey ahead. My plan was to start in Oregon on the famed Pacific Crest Trail and make my way north. I had meticulously researched my route, gathered all the necessary gear, and mentally steeled myself for the challenges and solitude that awaited me. There was something almost spiritual about being alone in nature like this. With each step, I could feel the stress and noise of my everyday life fading further into the background. Out here, it was just me, the trail, and the vast wilderness stretching out in every direction. The first leg of my trek took me through the dense, old-growth forests of Oregon. The trees towered above me, their trunks so wide that it would take several people linking arms to encircle them. Lush ferns and colorful wildflowers dotted the forest floor. The air was cool and damp, filled with the earthy scent of soil and vegetation. As the days passed, I fell into a comfortable rhythm. Wake up at dawn, break camp, hike until my legs ached and my stomach rumbled, then set up camp again as dusk settled over the forest. Repeat. My body grew stronger and my mind clearer with each passing mile. By the time I reached the Columbia River Gorge, marking the border between Oregon and Washington, I was in the groove, ready to tackle the next stage of my journey. I decided to take a couple rest days to explore the Washington side of the gorge before continuing north. The Columbia River Gorge took my breath away. It was a stunning river valley, with sheer basalt cliffs rising up on either side. Ribbons of waterfalls cascaded down the rock faces, their spray creating an ethereal mist that hung in the air. The cliffs were adorned with a thick carpet of evergreens and maples. I set up a base camp in a quaint town near the gorge and began researching nearby trails to explore during my layover. One in particular caught my eye, a less traveled path that promised spectacular waterfall views deep in the heart of the forest. I knew immediately it was the one I wanted to tackle. Little did I know as I settled into my sleeping bag that night, excitement buzzing through my travel-weary limbs, that the adventure I thought I was so well prepared for was about to take a drastic turn into the unknown. A turn that would shake the very foundations of what I believed to be real and possible in this world. But in that moment, blissfully unaware of what lay ahead, I drifted off to sleep with a smile on my face, eager to see what wonders the trail had in store for me next. The Pacific Northwest had already captured my heart. I couldn't wait to discover more of its secrets. I set off early the next morning, practically jumping out of my boots with anticipation to hit the trail again after a few sedentary days in town. The weather was perfect, blue skies peeking through a light layer of clouds, a slight breeze rustling the leaves, the air crisp and invigorating. The first few miles of the hike lived up to everything I had imagined, and more. The trail wound through a verdant wonderland, a sea of green in every direction. Lush ferns grew as tall as trees, their delicate fronds brushing my arms as I passed. The forest here felt primordial, untouched by time. Every bend in the path revealed another breathtaking sight. I crossed babbling brooks on sturdy log bridges, watched sunbeams filter through the dense canopy and dapple the forest floor with golden light. But most spectacular of all were the waterfalls. The roar of falling water echoed from what seemed like every direction, a constant symphony of nature. I passed by stunning cascades of all sizes, from delicate trickles adorning the rocks to massive, multi-tiered falls that thundered down into crystal-clear pools below. I took my time, often pausing to simply soak in the tranquil beauty surrounding me. At one particularly scenic overlook, I treated myself to a leisurely trailside lunch perched atop a giant moss-covered boulder. I remember breathing deeply, feeling a profound sense of peace and connection wash over me. It's funny how such perfect, unspoiled moments have a way of lulling you into a false sense of security. because it was there, in that state of utter contentment and oneness with nature, that everything started to shift. As I ventured deeper into the forest, the landscape began to change in subtle but unsettling ways. The underbrush grew thicker, the tree canopy denser, allowing only sparse shards of sunlight to penetrate through to the forest floor. The air felt heavier too, cooler and strangely oppressive. Soon I reached a section of trail that looked different than anything I had encountered thus far. The path ahead took a sharp turn, leading into a shadowy grove that had an oddly forbidding quality to it. The trees here had a strange, almost twisted appearance, their branches reaching out at contorted angles as if to snag unsuspecting passers-by. Now, I've never been one to put much stock in superstition or paranormal mumbo-jumbo. I'm a rational guy, a believer in science and cold hard facts. But standing at the threshold of that strange copse, I couldn't suppress the shiver that ran down my spine or the tug of hesitation that rooted my boots to the dirt. I found myself thinking back to the bits of lore and legend I had picked up about these ancient forests, whispers of them being sacred places, jealously guarded by spirits that didn't take kindly to trespassers. Of course, I had always chalked those stories up to colorful myths, the fanciful imaginings of a people trying to explain a world they didn't fully understand. But alone out there, faced with the unfamiliar, those legends didn't feel quite so far-fetched anymore. I stood at the crossroads, one part of me yearning to plunge ahead into the unknown, the other questioning the wisdom of such a choice. In the end, the adventurer in me won out over the wary voice of caution. I had come all this way to experience the wild, raw beauty of the Pacific Northwest, and I wasn't about to let a few shadows and an overactive imagination turn me back now. Taking a deep breath to steady my nerves, I adjusted the straps of my pack and stepped forward into the waiting gloom, ready to meet whatever challenges the trail had in store head-on. If only I had known then just how wholly unprepared I was for what lay ahead. That single step was about to send me hurtling down a path stranger and more terrifying than anything I could have possibly imagined. But in that moment, heart drumming with anticipation, I forged onward, blissfully unaware that my perception of the world and my place in it was about to be irrevocably shattered. As I ventured deeper into the shadowy grove, an eerie silence enveloped me. The birdsong and insect chatter that had been my constant companions throughout the hike thus far suddenly ceased. Even the omnipresent roar of distant waterfalls seemed to be swallowed up by the oppressive hush. My footsteps echoing solemnly on the twisting trail, I couldn't shake the unnerving sensation of being watched. I found my gaze constantly flitting from side to side, scanning the dense foliage for anything out of the ordinary. A few times I thought I glimpsed subtle movement, a strange rustling in the undergrowth, but when I focused on the spot, it was always just the usual play of light and shadow. The further I trekked into the strange forest, the more my disquiet grew. It was as if the very air was weighted with a presence, heavy and watchful. I tried to dismiss it as a product of my imagination, an understandable case of nerves brought on by the unfamiliar surroundings and the old superstitions floating through my head. I was a man of science after all, not some gullible believer in ghostly guardians and ancient curses. I pressed on, convincing myself that the unease was temporary, that like every other challenge I had faced on the trail thus far, it would pass. I had to prove to myself that I was tougher than a cluster of gloomy trees and some goosebump-inducing folklore. Boy, was I ever wrong. Nothing could have prepared me for what I was about to stumble onto in the depths of that forest. The trail eventually spilled out into a small clearing, and at its center stood a tree unlike any I had ever laid eyes on before. Massive and ancient, it loomed over the surrounding woods, its trunk so thick that if 5 grown men linked arms, they still wouldn't be able to encircle it. Gnarled roots as big around as my thigh erupted from the ground at its base, twisting over and around each other in a tangled maze before plunging back into the dark earth. The lowest branches were easily 30 feet overhead. It would have taken 3 of me standing on each other's shoulders to even come close to reaching them. But it wasn't just the size of the tree that struck me. There was something about its very presence, a weight to it that transcended the physical. Standing before it, I felt an almost electric hum vibrating in my bones, a sense of barely bridled power thrumming beneath its rough bark. I found myself drawn towards the behemoth, pulled by a curiosity I couldn't fully explain. As I drew closer, a flicker of white against the charcoal gray trunk caught my eye. There, etched deep into the bark about 5 feet up, was a strange symbol, unlike any I had ever seen before. 3 short diagonal lines were marred across the middle by a perfect circle. It looked deliberate, almost branded into the wood. I reached out, fingers itching to trace the lines, to assure myself that they were real and not some trick of the light. The instant my skin made contact with the rough bark, all hell broke loose. An earth-shattering shriek pierced the silence of the glade, seeming to erupt from the branches high above. I stumbled back, heart jackhammering against my rib cage, as the cry echoed harshly through the trees. Eyes wide with shock and terror, I searched frantically for the source of the god-awful racket, but no matter how I craned my neck, I could see nothing but a dense tangle of leaves rustling vigorously even though there wasn't the slightest breath of wind to stir them. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the shrieking cut off, plunging the clearing back into that unnatural silence. I stood frozen, scarcely daring to breathe. That was when I heard it, a wet thud followed by the unmistakable sound of something heavy crashing through the branches. I stumbled further back from the tree just as a large dark mass plummeted from the canopy and hit the ground mere feet from where I stood. I stared in mute horror. It took my shell-shocked brain a moment to process what I was seeing. Lying in a crumpled heap at the base of the tree was the mangled carcass of a deer, its warm blood already soaking into the loam. My eyes jerked involuntarily upwards, back to the thick branches from whence the grisly parcel had fallen. Fear unlike anything I had ever known rooted me to the spot as my mind struggled and failed to comprehend what I saw next. There, hunched on one of the highest boughs, was an immense dark figure. Though it blended almost perfectly into the shadows, there was no mistaking the sheer mass of the thing as it clung effortlessly to a branch that should have buckled under its weight. A scream lodged in my throat as the hulking shape shifted, leaning forward on its perch. In the dim light filtering through the leaves, I could just make out a few heart-stopping details. The creature was covered head to toe in a thick coat of shaggy pitch-black fur. Curved claws the size of hunting knives flashed at the tips of its long, powerful arms. But it was the face that sent a bolt of pure, unadulterated terror spearing through me. Yellow eyes like twin flames glowered down from beneath a heavy, sloping brow, seeming to bore right into my very soul. A mouth filled with jagged, razor-sharp teeth, twisted in an expression I could only interpret as a snarl. And then it hit me, the realization crashing into me with the force of a freight train. I was staring into the leering visage of a creature that wasn't supposed to exist outside of campfire tales and low-budget horror flicks. Bigfoot. A hysterical laugh tried to bubble up my throat at the sheer absurdity of the thought. But there was no denying the very real, very tangible threat looming over me in all its terrifying glory. All my long-held beliefs, my steadfast convictions in the logical, rational world, collapsed like a house of cards in the face of the primal nightmare made flesh before my eyes. Some deep, instinctual part of me screamed at me to run, to flee as far and as fast as my legs could carry me. But I was paralyzed, caught in the crimson glare of the beast, like a deer in the headlights. For a handful of heartbeats that could have been hours, we remained locked in that macabre tableau, the creature never once blinking as it studied me. A low guttural growl rumbled from the depths of its throat, almost too low to be audible but impossible to ignore as it vibrated through the soles of my boots to shake me to my core. And then the stench hit my nose, a nauseating cocktail of bestial musk and rotting flesh so overpowering, it brought tears to my eyes. That was the trigger that finally jolted me into action like a splash of cold water to the face. Blind panic overrode any remaining vestiges of logical thought as I spun on my heel and bolted back in the direction I had come, heedless of the treacherous terrain. I vaulted roots and shrubbery, tore through tangles of vines and underbrush, mindless of the branches that snatched at my hair and clothes like skeletal fingers. Behind me, far too close for comfort, I could hear the sounds of pursuit, the boom of snapping wood, the rustle of crushed fern, the heavy thud of immense feet devouring the distance between us. I pelted down the trail, the ominous noises spurring me to heights of speed and endurance I would never have thought myself capable of. My lungs scorched, every gasping breath searing my throat like acid. The muscles in my legs screamed in protest as I pushed them past the point of exhaustion. But still I ran, propelled by the primal imperative to survive no matter the cost. Every sinew, Every fiber of my being was focused on the singular goal of escaping the nightmare with wickedly curved claws and hellfire eyes hunting me through the shadowed tangle of the forest. I didn't dare look back for fear of what horrors I might glimpse over my shoulder. The occasional snap of a broken branch or the throaty chuff of labored breath nipping at my heels was reminder enough of how close my pursuer was. The trail blurred beneath my pounding feet, a never-ending gauntlet twisting through the trees. I had long since surrendered to instinct, my conscious mind unable to process more than a litany of desperate, half-formed prayers for speed, for endurance, for the nightmare to end. Just as I was certain my body could take no more, the toe of my boot caught on a protruding root and sent me sprawling across the trail. I hit the dirt in an ungainly tangle of limbs, skidding to a halt in a patch of dry leaves and pine needles. All the wind rushed out of my lungs on impact, leaving me gasping like a fish out of water. The salty iron tang of blood filled my mouth where I had bitten my tongue. For a moment I could do no more than lie there, wheezing, fighting the blackness, eating at the edges of my vision. But I hadn't even managed to draw a full breath before the hair on the back of my neck stood up, an electric crackle of dread slithering down my spine. The forest had gone quiet, too quiet, the kind of absolute, suffocating hush that presses in like water, drowning out everything but the thunder of your own heartbeat in your ears. I squeezed my eyes shut, not daring to move, because in that utter lack of sound, one thing was harrowingly, nauseatingly clear. Something was there, crouched beside my prone form, so close I could feel the heat radiating off its shaggy bulk, smell the choking stench of its fur, hear the soft whistle of air moving in and out of its lungs, a presence so large it seemed to eclipse the feeble light filtering down through the canopy. I lay paralyzed, certain that at any moment a crushing weight would descend on my back, that wicked claws would pierce my flesh to spill my lifeblood across the forest floor, that jagged teeth would close on my throat in a spray of crimson, and then nothing. But the blow never came. Instead, after a handful, the morning of June 15, 2021 started like any other Saturday. I was 26 then, working a soul-crushing office job that left me craving adventure on weekends. My boyfriend Trevor and I had been dating for about 6 months, and outdoor activities had become our escape from the mundane routine of city life. We'd discovered hiking together early in our relationship, and it had become our thing, our way of connecting away from screens and stress. That particular Saturday, Trevor had been researching new trails online for weeks. He was the type who loved discovering hidden gems, places that weren't overrun with tourists and Instagram hikers. I found this amazing spot, he had told me over coffee that morning, his eyes bright with excitement, Crows Ridge State Park. It's about 45 minutes out of town, and hardly anyone knows about it yet. I remember being hesitant. Something about the name itself felt ominous, but I pushed the feeling aside. Trevor had good instincts about these things, and I trusted his judgment. Besides, I needed the fresh air and exercise after a particularly brutal week at work. We spent the morning packing our day packs with water bottles, energy bars, and basic first aid supplies. Trevor checked and double-checked our gear while I studied the weather forecast on my phone. Clear skies, 72 degrees, light winds, miners perfect hiking conditions. I pulled on my favorite hiking boots, the sturdy ones I'd broken in on countless trails, and laced them tight. The familiar ritual was comforting, preparing me for whatever adventure lay ahead. The drive out of the city was pleasant, winding through suburban neighborhoods that gradually gave way to farmland and then dense forest. Trevor drove while I navigated, watching the GPS as we turned off the main highway onto increasingly narrow country roads. The landscape grew wilder with each mile, thick stands of oak and maple pressing close to the asphalt. "This is really remote," I observed, noting how the houses had become sparse and then disappeared entirely. Cell service had dropped to 1 bar about 10 minutes ago. "That's what makes it perfect," Trevor replied, grinning. "No crowds, no noise, just us and nature." We arrived at Crows Ridge State Park around noon, later than we'd planned due to hitting construction traffic on the highway. The parking area was smaller than I'd expected, just a gravel lot with room for maybe 20 cars. Only 3 other vehicles were there, which seemed odd for such a beautiful Saturday. The park office was a small wooden structure that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 1980s. Faded posters about leave no trace principles were taped to the windows, and a handwritten sign warned visitors about recent bear activity in the area. My stomach tightened at that detail, but Trevor seemed unfazed as he pushed through the creaky door. Inside, the office smelled of musty wood and old coffee. Behind the counter sat a park ranger who looked to be in his 60s, with weathered skin and tired eyes that suggested he'd seen more than his share of weekend adventurers. His name tag read, Ranger Mills. "Afternoon," he said, looking up from a crossword puzzle. "You folks here for day hiking?" "Yes, sir," Trevor replied enthusiastically. "We're hoping to see the waterfall overlook. I read online that there's a great 6-mile loop trail." The ranger's expression shifted slightly, though I couldn't quite read what the change meant. He pulled out a faded trail map and spread it on the counter. "Well, there is a trail system back there," he said slowly. "But I'll be honest with you, it's not as well maintained as some of our other parks. Gets a bit confusing in places." He traced a route with his finger, highlighting the main trail in yellow marker. "Your best bet is to stick to this marked path. Don't deviate from it, no matter what. People have gotten turned around back there before." His eyes met mine, and I caught something that might have been concern. "How experienced are you two?" Trevor puffed up slightly. "Oh, we're experienced. We've done plenty of trails around the state. We know what we're doing." The ranger nodded, though he didn't look entirely convinced. "Well, just remember, this isn't like the popular parks with clear signage every quarter mile. The trail markers are old, and some are missing. If you start to feel unsure about where you are, turn back immediately. Don't try to push through and figure it out." I felt a chill despite the warm afternoon air, but Trevor was already folding the map and thanking the ranger. As we headed back outside, I glanced over my shoulder to see the old man watching us through the window, his expression unreadable. The trailhead was located behind the parking area, marked by a simple wooden sign that had seen better days. Waterfall Loop, 6 miles, was carved into the weathered wood, though the letters were faded and barely legible. A smaller sign below warned hikers to stay on marked trails and carry plenty of water. Trevor and I adjusted our packs and began walking. The initial part of the trail was everything we'd hoped for. Wide, well-defined, and clearly marked with blue blazes painted on trees every 50 yards or so. The forest was beautiful, with towering hardwoods creating a canopy that filtered the sunlight into dancing patterns on the forest floor. For the first hour, everything was perfect. We chatted easily as we walked, pointing out interesting birds and wildflowers. The trail climbed gradually, and I felt the satisfying burn in my leg muscles that came with good exercise. Trevor was in his element, stopping occasionally to take photos of particularly scenic spots or identify different tree species. "This is exactly what we needed," I said, breathing in the clean forest air. The sounds of civilization had completely faded, replaced by the rustle of leaves, distant bird calls, and the rhythmic crunch of our boots on the trail. The path led us past a small creek that babbled pleasantly over moss-covered rocks. We stopped to refill our water bottles and splash our faces with the cool water. The forest felt alive around us, but in a peaceful way. Squirrels chattered in the trees above, and somewhere in the distance, a woodpecker drummed against dead wood. As we continued climbing, I noticed the trail beginning to narrow slightly. The blue blazes became less frequent, though they were still visible enough to follow confidently. The forest was growing denser too, with thick understory vegetation pressing closer to the path. The ranger wasn't kidding about this being less maintained, I commented, ducking under a low-hanging branch. "It just adds to the adventure," Trevor replied, pushing aside a tangle of vines that had grown across the trail. "This is what real hiking is supposed to feel like, not those paved paths they call trails at some parks." About 90 minutes in, we came to our first real decision point. The trail split in 2 directions, neither of which was clearly marked on our map. Both paths disappeared into thick forest, and while one appeared slightly wider than the other, the difference was minimal. I pulled out the map and studied it carefully, trying to match our location with the printed route. "I don't see this fork marked anywhere," I said, a note of concern creeping into my voice. Trevor came up beside me and looked over my shoulder at the map. "It's probably just a minor split that rejoins further up," he said confidently. "These maps aren't always perfectly detailed." I wasn't so sure. The ranger had specifically warned us about the trail system being confusing, and this seemed like exactly the kind of situation he'd been talking about. I looked down both paths, trying to see if one showed more evidence of recent use, but the forest floor was covered in a thick layer of fallen leaves that obscured any footprints. "Maybe we should go back and ask the ranger," I suggested, but even as I said it, I knew Trevor wouldn't want to backtrack. He was the type who viewed retracing steps as admitting defeat. "Come on," he said, shouldering his pack. "I can hear water running from this direction." He pointed to the left fork. "That has to be the stream that feeds the waterfall. If we follow it, we'll find what we're looking for." I strained to listen and could indeed hear the faint sound of running water from that direction. It seemed logical enough, and I didn't want to be the one to spoil our adventure with excessive caution. Against my better judgment, I nodded agreement. "Okay, but if we don't find a trail marker, or the path doesn't seem right, we're turning back immediately," I said firmly. "Deal," Trevor agreed, though I could tell he was already mentally committed to pushing forward regardless. We took the left fork, and almost immediately, I could tell this was different from the main trail. The path was narrower and less defined, with vegetation encroaching from both sides. The canopy overhead was thicker too, blocking more sunlight and creating a darker, more enclosed feeling. The sound of running water grew stronger as we walked, which was encouraging, but the trail markers had disappeared completely. I kept looking for blue blazes on the trees, but found none. When I mentioned this to Trevor, he brushed off my concern. "We're probably just on a connecting trail," he said. "These systems often have multiple routes that aren't all marked the same way." After another 20 minutes of walking, the path had narrowed to barely more than an animal trail. Branches grabbed at our clothes and packs, and I had to push through spider webs that stretched across the path. The cheerful chatter of our earlier hike had faded into focused navigation through increasingly difficult terrain. "Trevor, I don't think this is right," I said, stopping to extract a thorn that had caught in my sleeve. "This doesn't feel like a maintained trail at all." He paused ahead of me and looked back. For the first time since we'd taken the fork, I saw a flicker of uncertainty cross his face. But then his jaw set in that stubborn way I'd learned to recognize. "The water sound is getting stronger," he said. "We must be getting close to something. Let's just push through this rough patch." The next section of our journey became a nightmare of thick vegetation and uncertain footing. What had started as a narrow but passable trail devolved into something that barely deserved the name. We were essentially bushwhacking now, pushing through dense undergrowth that seemed determined to trap us. Thorny vines caught at our clothes with every step. Low branches slapped at our faces, leaving scratches on our arms and hands. The forest floor was uneven and treacherous, full of hidden roots and moss-covered rocks that threatened to send us tumbling. More than once I had to grab onto Trevor's pack to steady myself after my foot found an unexpected depression. The sound of running water continued to tantalize us from somewhere ahead, always seeming just out of reach, but instead of the pleasant babbling we'd heard earlier, this sounded different, more urgent, almost aggressive in its intensity. It echoed strangely off the trees, making it difficult to determine exactly which direction it was coming from. "This can't be right," I said for the third time, having to raise my voice to be heard over the sound of rushing water. "We've been fighting through brush for 30 minutes. No maintained trail would be like this." Trevor stopped and turned back to me, and I could see sweat beading on his forehead despite the cool air under the canopy. His clothing was torn in several places, and a thin line of blood marked where a branch had scraped across his cheek. "I know it's rough," he admitted, "but listen to how strong that water sound is now. We have to be almost there." I wanted to argue, wanted to insist we turn back immediately, But the truth was I wasn't entirely sure we could find our way back even if we tried. The path we'd been following had disappeared entirely, and the thick vegetation we'd pushed through had already begun to spring back into place behind us, obscuring our route. As we pressed forward, the character of the forest began to change in ways that made me increasingly uncomfortable. The trees grew larger and older, their trunks twisted into strange shapes that seemed almost deliberate. Moss hung from the branches like tattered curtains, and the air felt heavier, more oppressive. The wildlife sounds that had been so pleasant earlier were gone now. No birds sang in these deeper woods, no squirrels chattered in the branches. The only sounds were our labored breathing, the crunch of leaves underfoot, and that persistent, ominous rushing of water somewhere ahead. I began to notice other troubling details as we struggled forward. Dead trees stood among the living ones like skeletal fingers reaching toward the canopy. The bark on many of the living trees was scarred and blackened, as if they'd survived some kind of blight or fire. The very air seemed to taste different here, stale and slightly metallic. "Trevor," I said, grabbing his arm to make him stop. "Something's not right about this place. We need to turn back now." He looked around, and I could see in his eyes that he was finally beginning to share my unease. The confident expression he'd worn all day was cracking, replaced by something that might have been worry. "Okay," he said quietly. "Maybe you're right. Let's head back to the main trail." But when we turned to retrace our steps, the problem became immediately apparent. The route we'd taken was no longer visible. The dense undergrowth had closed behind us like water, leaving no clear indication of which direction we'd come from. Every direction looked the same, a maze of trees, vines, and shadows. I felt panic beginning to rise in my chest, but I forced myself to stay calm. "We just need to think logically," I said, as much to myself as to Trevor. "We've been heading roughly east toward the water sound, so if we go west, we should find our way back." The problem was that in the thick forest, with the heavy canopy blocking most of the sky, it was impossible to tell which direction was which. The sun was completely obscured, and every direction looked identical. We picked what we hoped was the right direction and began to backtrack. But after 10 minutes of fighting through the undergrowth, nothing looked familiar. The landscape seemed to shift around us, as if the forest itself was actively working to confuse us. "Wait," Trevor said suddenly, holding up his hand. "Do you hear that?" I stopped and listened. The sound of rushing water had changed again. Instead of coming from one direction, it now seemed to surround us, echoing off the trees from multiple angles. But there was something else too, a rhythmic sound, like footsteps, coming from somewhere behind us. We both froze, straining to listen. The footstep sound stopped immediately, as if whatever was making them had also stopped to listen. "Probably just another hiker," Trevor said. But his voice lacked conviction. "Hello?" he called out. "Is someone there?" No response came. The forest around us was utterly silent except for that strange, omnipresent sound of rushing water. We waited for what felt like several minutes, then began moving again. Almost immediately, the footstep sounds resumed, not quite matching our rhythm, but close enough to make it clear that something was following us. My heart began to pound, and I had to fight to keep my breathing steady. "Trevor, we need to get out of here now." He nodded, his face pale. We abandoned any pretense of following a path and began pushing through the forest as quickly as possible, heading in what we hoped was the direction of the main trail. Behind us, the following footsteps continued, maintaining the same distance but never quite disappearing. The terrain became even more difficult as we fled, with steep slopes and thick patches of thorny undergrowth that tore at our clothes and skin. I was breathing hard now, partly from exertion and partly from fear. Every time I looked back, I expected to see someone following us, but the forest revealed nothing. After what felt like an eternity of desperate flight through the increasingly hostile woods, we emerged suddenly into a small clearing. I was gasping for breath, my clothes torn and my hands scratched from the thorns. Trevor looked equally battered, and when our eyes met, I saw my own fear reflected in his face. "Which way?" I whispered, scanning the edges of the clearing for some indication of the right direction. Before Trevor could answer, I realized something that made my blood freeze. He wasn't there. The clearing was empty, except for me. I spun around, searching frantically. "Trevor, Trevor," I called out, but there was no response. Somehow, impossibly, I had emerged from the thick forest alone. The realization that I was completely alone hit me like a physical blow. I stood in the center of the small clearing, turning in slow circles, calling Trevor's name until my voice grew hoarse. How was it possible? He had been right behind me just moments before, pushing through the same tangle of vegetation. "Trevor!" I screamed, no longer caring who or what might hear me. "Where are you?" The forest swallowed my voice without even an echo. The silence that followed was so complete it seemed to press against my eardrums. Not even the sound of rushing water penetrated this space, as if the clearing existed in some bubble separate from the rest of the woods. I forced myself to think rationally. We must have gotten separated in the thick undergrowth without realizing it. Maybe he had gone around a tree while I went the other way, or perhaps one of us had veered slightly off course. It had been so difficult to see more than a few feet in any direction. I walked back to the edge of the clearing where I thought I had emerged and began calling again. "Trevor, I'm in a clearing. Can you hear me?" Nothing. I tried to push back into the forest to look for him, but the vegetation was so thick and intertwined that I couldn't tell exactly where I had come from. Every direction looked the same, an impenetrable wall of green punctuated by dark spaces between the trees. Panic was building in my chest now, making it hard to breathe. I had never been lost in the wilderness before, had never experienced the particular terror that comes with being completely alone in an unfamiliar and potentially dangerous place. The safety that comes from being part of a pair, from having someone to share decisions and fears with, was suddenly gone. I pulled out my phone, hoping against hope that I might have enough signal to call for help or at least text someone our location. The screen showed no bars at all, not even emergency service coverage. The device that had been so essential to my daily life was now nothing more than dead weight in my pocket. Looking up at the sky through the canopy, I tried to gauge how much daylight remained. The sun was definitely lower than it had been when we started our hike, but under the thick forest cover, it was difficult to judge exactly what time it was. My phone showed 3:47 p.m., which meant we had been hiking for nearly 4 hours. How much of that time had been spent on the wrong trail? I needed to make a decision. I could stay in the clearing and hope that Trevor would find me, or I could try to find my way back to the main trail. Neither option felt safe, but staying put at least meant I wouldn't get more lost than I already was. I decided to wait for 30 minutes to see if Trevor would appear. I found a fallen log near the center of the clearing and sat down, trying to calm my racing heart and think through our situation logically. We had taken the wrong fork in the trail at least 2 hours ago. Since then, we had been traveling through increasingly wild forest, getting farther and farther from any marked trails. Even if I could figure out which direction to go, it would take hours to backtrack to the point where we had made our mistake. As I sat there, I began to notice details about the clearing that I had missed in my initial panic. It was almost perfectly circular, maybe 50 feet across, with grass that was unusually short and even. The trees around the perimeter were all roughly the same age and height, as if they had been planted deliberately rather than grown naturally. More disturbing was what I found when I looked more closely at the ground. Scattered among the grass were small bones. Nothing large, but definitely animal bones of some kind. They were old and weathered, some partially buried in the earth. I told myself they were probably just the remains of small animals that had died naturally, but their distribution seemed too deliberate, too organized. The 30 minutes I had decided to wait stretched into an hour. I called Trevor's name every few minutes, but the forest remained stubbornly silent. As the light began to fade, I knew I couldn't stay in the clearing much longer. Whatever had happened to Trevor, I needed to find help while there was still enough daylight to navigate. I chose the direction that seemed most likely to lead back toward the main trail and began walking. Within minutes, I was once again fighting through thick vegetation, branches catching at my pack and roots threatening to trip me with every step. The character of the forest seemed to change the farther I got from the clearing. The trees grew taller and more gnarled, their branches intertwining overhead in ways that blocked most of the remaining daylight. The air grew colder too, and I could smell something unpleasant, a musty, decaying odor that seemed to come from the forest floor itself. I had been walking for perhaps 20 minutes when I heard the sound that made every nerve in my body go rigid with fear. Footsteps, deliberate and measured, were coming from somewhere behind me. But these weren't Trevor's footsteps. I knew the rhythm of his walk, and this was different, heavier, more purposeful. I stopped moving and held my breath, listening intently. The footsteps continued for several more seconds, then stopped abruptly. Whoever was following me had realized I had stopped. "Hello," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Trevor, is that you?" No answer came, but I could feel a presence watching me from the dark spaces between the trees. Every instinct I possessed screamed at me to run, but I forced myself to think. If it was another hiker, they would have responded to my call. If it was Trevor, he definitely would have answered. That left possibilities I didn't want to consider. I began walking again, faster now, pushing through the undergrowth with less care for the branches that scratched at my skin. Behind me, the footsteps resumed, maintaining the same distance but matching my increased pace. My mind raced through explanations. Maybe it was a park ranger searching for lost hikers. Maybe it was Trevor, and something had happened to prevent him from responding. Maybe he was hurt or disoriented. But even as I tried to convince myself of these rational explanations, a deeper part of my mind rejected them. The footsteps sounded wrong, too heavy, too deliberate, and something about their rhythm seemed almost predatory. The pursuit continued for what felt like miles. Every time I stopped, the footsteps behind me stopped. Every time I changed direction, trying to lose whoever was following me, the sounds adjusted accordingly. Whoever it was seemed to know the forest much better than I did, moving through the underbrush with an ease that suggested long familiarity with this terrain. As the last traces of daylight began to fade from the forest, I knew I was in serious trouble. I was completely lost, separated from Trevor with no idea what had happened to him, and being stalked by someone or something through increasingly dark and hostile woods. The temperature was dropping too, and my light summer hiking clothes wouldn't provide much warmth once full darkness fell. That's when I saw him. The figure stood motionless between two large oak trees, maybe 70 feet away from me. At first glance, I thought it might be Trevor, and relief flooded through me so powerfully that I actually took a step forward before my brain processed what my eyes were seeing. This was not Trevor. The man was tall, unusually tall, with a lanky build that looked almost unnaturally elongated in the fading light. He stood perfectly still, and even at that distance I could tell he was staring directly at me. There was something deeply wrong with his posture, too rigid, too controlled, like a predator that had frozen mid-hunt. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice cracking despite my effort to sound confident. "I'm lost. Can you help me find the main trail?" The figure didn't respond, didn't move, didn't give any indication that he had heard me at all. He just continued to stare with an intensity that I could feel even across the distance between us. I squinted through the growing darkness, trying to make out details. His clothes appeared to be dark, maybe black or dark brown, and seemed oddly formal for someone hiking in the woods. His hair was long and unkempt, hanging down past his shoulders in a way that partially obscured his face. But it was his face that made my stomach drop with instinctive terror. Even from that distance, even in the poor light, I could see that something was horribly wrong. The left side of his face appeared to be damaged, scarred or melted or burned. I couldn't tell which, but the skin had an unnatural waxy texture that reflected the fading light in disturbing ways. His left eye was either missing or sealed shut, and where it should have been was just a dark hollow. His right eye, however, was fixed on me with an intensity that felt like a physical weight. Even across the distance, I could see it gleaming with what might have been moisture, or might have been something far worse. "Stay back," I shouted. my voice echoing strangely in the dense forest. "I have pepper spray." It was a lie. I had nothing but a small folding knife in my pack, and I doubted I could reach it quickly if I needed to. At the sound of my voice, the man's head tilted slightly to one side, like a dog hearing an interesting sound. The movement was too quick, too sharp, and it reminded me unnervingly of a bird of prey focusing on potential food. I began backing away slowly, never taking my eyes off the figure. My heart was hammering so hard I was sure he could hear it. Every step backward was a calculated risk. I couldn't see what was behind me, and the forest floor was treacherous with roots and rocks that could send me tumbling. The man began to move. His first step forward was deliberate and measured, and I noticed that he moved with absolute silence. No crunch of leaves, no snapping of twigs. It was as if he weighed nothing at all, or as if he knew exactly where to place each foot to avoid making sound. "Get away from me," I screamed, abandoning any pretense of calm. "Leave me alone." This time he responded. His mouth opened in what might have been a smile, revealing teeth that looked wrong, too large, too sharp, and stained with something dark. When he spoke, his voice was a horrible rap that seemed to come from deep in his damaged throat. "Where are you going?" he asked, the words drawn out and slurred by whatever injury had damaged his face. "The woods get dangerous after dark. You should stay with me." Terror flooded my system like ice water. Every instinct I possessed screamed at me to run, and for once I listened. I spun around and crashed through the underbrush, no longer caring about stealth or finding a path. Branches whipped at my face and tore at my clothes, but I kept running. Behind me, I could hear him coming. Despite his size and the thick vegetation, he moved through the forest with disturbing ease, crashing through obstacles that slowed me down without seeming to lose any ground. Worse, he was making sounds now, not quite laughter, but a wet, gurgling noise that suggested he was enjoying the chase. I ran with the desperate energy that comes from pure fear, leaping over fallen logs and crashing through tangles of vines that would have stopped me cold under normal circumstances. My lungs burned and my legs felt like they were turning to rubber, but I knew that stopping meant something far worse than exhaustion. The sounds of pursuit grew louder behind me. He was getting closer, and I could hear him calling out as he chased me through the darkening forest. "Don't run," he wheezed, his damaged voice carrying clearly through the trees. "I just want to talk. I get so lonely out here." The reasonableness of his words, delivered in that horrible voice, were somehow more terrifying than if he had been screaming threats. There was something calculated about his tone, something that suggested a mind that was not just dangerous but deeply twisted. I burst through a particularly thick patch of undergrowth and found myself on what looked like another trail. Not the main one, but at least a clear path through the forest. I could run faster here, but I realized with growing horror that the sounds behind me had become more organized. He wasn't just crashing through the brush anymore. He was following the same trail, and his pace was picking up. The trail curved sharply to the left, and as I rounded the bend, I saw something that made me stumble in surprise. A second figure stood in the path ahead of me, blocking my route. For a split second, I thought it might be Trevor, but as I got closer, I realized this was someone else entirely. Shorter than my pursuer, but equally disturbing in his own way. This man was older, with gray hair and clothes that looked like they hadn't been washed in years. He stood with his arms crossed, smiling at me with an expression that was meant to look friendly but failed completely. I was trapped. Behind me, I could hear the first man getting closer, his raspy breathing clearly audible now. Ahead of me, the second figure blocked the trail. On either side, the forest was too thick to push through quickly. "Well, well," said the man ahead of me, his voice oily and unpleasant. "What do we have here? A little lost hiker?" The two men had me trapped between them on the narrow trail, and the reality of my situation hit me like a physical blow. This wasn't a chance encounter with fellow hikers or even a single dangerous individual. These two were working together, and I was their target. "Please," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I just want to get back to the main trail." The older man ahead of me laughed, a sound like grinding gravel. "Oh, you're not looking for trouble? Well, that's too bad because trouble seems to have found you anyway." Behind me, I could hear the tall man with the damaged face getting closer. His raspy breathing was audible now, along with that wet sound he made that might have been laughter. I was maybe 30 seconds away from being caught between them. I looked desperately at the forest on either side of the trail. The undergrowth was thick, but maybe if I could push through fast enough, I could get away before they could follow. It was a risk, but staying on the trail meant certain capture. "I have friends coming," I lied desperately. "They're right behind me. If you hurt me, they'll call the police." The older man's smile widened, revealing teeth that were stained and broken. "Friends? You mean that boyfriend of yours? I wouldn't count on him showing up anytime soon." My blood turned to ice. The implication was clear. They knew about Trevor. Had they done something to him? Was he hurt, or worse? "What did you do to him?" I demanded, anger momentarily overcoming my fear. "Nothing permanent," the man said, his tone casual and conversational. "Yet. But that depends entirely on how cooperative you decide to be." Behind me, the footsteps had stopped. The tall man was close now, close enough that I could smell him. A nauseating combination of unwashed body and something else, something rotting and sweet that made my stomach turn. I made my decision. Without warning, I threw myself off the trail to the right, crashing through a wall of thorny bushes that tore at my skin and clothes. I heard both men shout behind me, their casual confidence replaced by anger and frustration. The forest floor on this side of the trail sloped steeply downward, and I half ran, half fell down the incline, bouncing off trees and stumbling over hidden obstacles. Branches whipped at my face and thorns caught at my clothing, but I kept moving. I could hear them crashing through the undergrowth behind me, no longer bothering to move quietly. "You're just making this harder on yourself," the older man yelled. "We're going to catch you anyway." I didn't waste breath responding. The slope was getting steeper, and I was moving more by controlled falling than actual running. My ankle twisted painfully on a hidden root, but adrenaline kept me moving despite the shooting pain. The sounds of pursuit were getting closer. Despite their initial surprise, both men seemed to know this forest well and were navigating the difficult terrain with disturbing ease. I could hear them calling to each other, coordinating their approach like experienced hunters. The steep slope ended abruptly at a rocky outcrop, and I had to grab onto a tree trunk to keep from tumbling over what appeared to be a 15-foot drop. Below me was a narrow ravine with a small creek running through it. The water was moving fast and looked deep enough to be dangerous, but staying up here meant facing my pursuers. I could hear them getting closer, maybe 30 seconds behind me now. The choice was between the unknown danger of the ravine and the certain threat of the two men who had been hunting me through the darkening forest. I chose the ravine. The drop was farther than it had looked from above, and I hit the rocky ground hard enough to knock the wind out of my lungs. Pain shot through my left shoulder and my already twisted ankle, but nothing seemed to be broken. I scrambled to my feet and looked up at the outcrop I had just fallen from. Both men were there, looking down at me. In the fading light, their faces looked like something from a nightmare. The tall one with his melted features and hollow eye socket. The older one with his predatory smile and stained teeth. "Nowhere to run now," the older man called down. "That ravine only goes one direction, and we know where it comes out." The tall man with the damaged face was already moving, looking for a way down. He found it quickly, a series of natural handholds in the rock face that would allow him to climb down easily. I turned and ran along the bottom of the ravine, following the creek as it wound through the rocky channel. The water was loud here, drowning out other sounds, which meant I couldn't tell how close my pursuers were. The ravine walls were too steep and smooth to climb, so my only option was to keep moving forward and hope I could find another way out before they caught up. The creek bed was treacherous, full of loose rocks and hidden holes that threatened to send me tumbling into the rushing water. More than once I had to grab onto the rocky wall to keep my balance. My ankle was definitely sprained now, sending sharp pains up my leg with every step. Behind me, I could hear shouting, though the words were lost in the sound of rushing water. They had made it down into the ravine and were following me. The older man had been right. There was nowhere else to go but forward. The ravine curved sharply to the left, and as I rounded the bend, I saw something that made my heart sink. Ahead of me, the creek disappeared into what looked like a low tunnel carved through the rock. The opening was maybe 4 feet high and completely dark. I would have to crawl through on my hands and knees, and I had no idea how long it was or where it led. But behind me, the sounds of pursuit were getting closer. I could hear them clearly now despite the sound of the water. Both men calling out to each other, their voices echoing off the ravine walls. I dropped to my knees and crawled into the tunnel. The tunnel was even smaller than it had appeared from outside, forcing me to crawl on my belly through cold, rushing water that soaked through my clothes immediately. The rocky ceiling pressed down just inches above my head, and more than once I scraped my back on protruding stones. The darkness was absolute minus. I couldn't see my own hands in front of my face. The sound of water was deafening in the confined space, echoing off the stone walls in a way that disoriented me completely. I had no idea how long the tunnel was, or whether it even had an exit. For all I knew, I was crawling toward a dead end where I would be trapped like an animal in a burrow. Behind me, I could hear muffled shouting. My pursuers had reached the tunnel entrance, and I could only imagine their frustration at finding me gone. The older man's voice carried clearly even over the sound of rushing water. "She went into the tunnel. The crazy bitch actually went in there. Can we follow her?" That was the tall man with the damaged face, his raspy voice barely audible. "Not both of us. You're too big. But I know where this comes out. We can catch her on the other side." The implication made my blood freeze. They knew this area well enough to anticipate where I would emerge. Even if I made it through the tunnel alive, they would be waiting for me. I forced myself to keep crawling forward through the icy water. My hands were numb now, and I could barely feel the rocks under my palms. The current was stronger than I had expected, and more than once it threatened to sweep my legs out from under me and send me tumbling downstream in the darkness. The tunnel seemed to go on forever. My lungs were burning from the effort of dragging myself forward while fighting against the current, and my clothes were completely soaked, making every movement more difficult. Worst of all, I was starting to worry about hypothermia. The water was shockingly cold, and I could already feel my core body temperature dropping. Just when I thought I couldn't crawl another foot, I saw a faint glow ahead of me. The tunnel was finally coming to an end, opening into what looked like another section of the ravine. I dragged myself forward with renewed energy, focused entirely on reaching that blessed light. I emerged from the tunnel like a half-drowned rat, gasping and shivering uncontrollably. The ravine here was wider than where I had entered the tunnel, with steep but climbable walls on both sides. The creek continued on through another narrow channel, but there were several large boulders that I could use to get out of the water. I hauled myself onto the nearest boulder and took stock of my situation. My clothes were soaked through and I was shivering so violently that I could barely keep my teeth from chattering. My ankle throbbed with each heartbeat, and my shoulder ached from the fall earlier. But I was alive, and for the moment I was free of my pursuers. That illusion of safety lasted exactly 30 seconds. "Well, look what crawled out of the tunnel." The voice came from above me, and my heart sank as I looked up to see the older man standing on the rim of the ravine, looking down at me with that same predatory smile. He had found another route around the tunnel and was already in position to cut off my escape. "I told you we knew where this came out," he said conversationally. "You made good time, though. I'm impressed." I looked around desperately for another escape route. The ravine walls were steep but not impossible to climb, if I could reach them without being caught. The creek continued on through another narrow channel, but I couldn't face the prospect of crawling through another tunnel, especially in my current condition. "Where's my boyfriend?" I called up, trying to buy time while I evaluated my options. "What did you do to Trevor?" The man's smile widened. "He's safe, for now. Whether he stays that way depends entirely on you." "What do you want?" I asked, though I was afraid I already knew the answer. "What we want," he said, "is for you to stop running and come with us quietly. You're only making this harder on yourself and on him." The implication was clear. They had Trevor, and they were using him as leverage against me. But I couldn't bring myself to believe that surrendering would actually keep either of us safe. These men had been hunting me through the forest like an animal. Whatever they wanted, it wasn't going to end well for either Trevor or me. I made my decision. Without warning, I threw myself off the boulder and ran toward the far wall of the ravine. It was maybe 20 feet of open ground, but if I could reach the rocky wall, I might be able to climb up and out before he could stop me. I almost made it. I had my hands on the rock face and was pulling myself up when something slammed into my back, sending me crashing to the ground. The tall man with the melted face had somehow made it through the tunnel after all, or found another way around. His weight pinned me to the rocky ground, and I could feel his hot breath on my neck. "Got her," he rasped, his damaged voice right next to my ear. "She's feistier than most, but we got her." I struggled desperately, trying to throw him off, but he was much larger and stronger than me. His hands grabbed my wrists and twisted them behind my back with practiced ease. This wasn't the first time he had done this. "Let me go," I screamed, putting every ounce of strength I had left into fighting against his grip. "Help! Somebody help me!" The older man had climbed down into the ravine now and was walking toward us casually, as if this was all perfectly normal. "Nobody can hear you out here," he said matter-of-factly. "We're miles from any trails, miles from any roads. You picked a very remote place to get lost." Terror flooded through me as the full reality of my situation became clear. I was completely at the mercy of two dangerous men in one of the most isolated places I had ever been. No one knew where I was. No one was coming to help. The tall man was trying to tie my hands behind my back with what felt like rope. I thrashed and fought, making it as difficult as possible, but his grip was like iron. Every movement sent fresh waves of pain through my injured shoulder and ankle. "Stop fighting," he wheezed in my ear. "You're just making this take longer." "Go to hell," I snarled back, earning myself a sharp cuff to the side of my head that made stars explode across my vision. That's when I heard it, a sound that might have been my imagination, or might have been the most beautiful thing I had ever heard in my life. Car engines, distant but unmistakable, coming from somewhere above the ravine. The older man heard it too, and his casual confidence wavered for the first time. "What the hell? There's no road up there." But there was something up there, something with multiple engines that was getting closer. And then I heard voices, people calling out, though I couldn't make out the words. The tall man's grip on me loosened slightly as both of them turned their attention to the sounds from above. It was the chance I had been waiting for. I twisted violently in his grasp, managed to get one hand free, and raked my fingernails across his damaged face as hard as I could. He screamed and jerked backward, blood flowing from fresh scratches across his scarred cheek. I scrambled away from him and ran toward the sound of the voices, screaming as loudly as I could. "Help me! I'm down here! Help!" The response was immediate and overwhelming. Multiple voices began shouting from above, and powerful flashlight beams cut through the gathering darkness, sweeping back and forth across the ravine until they found me. "There she is, down in the creek bed. We've got her. She's alive. Ma'am, are you injured? Can you move?" I looked up through tears of relief to see at least 6 people on the rim of the ravine, all wearing the uniforms of park rangers and emergency responders. Behind them, I could see the flashing lights of multiple vehicles. The sounds I had heard were search and rescue teams. "There are 2 men," I screamed up at them. "They were chasing me. They have my boyfriend." But when I turned to point out my attackers, the ravine behind me was empty. Both men had vanished as quickly and silently as they had appeared, melting back into the forest like shadows. The rescue took over an hour. Getting me out of the ravine safely required ropes and a rescue harness, and my injuries made the process slow and difficult. But the paramedics were gentle and professional, treating my sprained ankle and various cuts and scrapes while asking careful questions about what had happened. We got a call about 2 missing hikers, explained Ranger Mills, the same man who had given us the trail map that morning. Your boyfriend made it back to the parking area around sunset. He was pretty banged up and completely panicked. Said you two had gotten separated and he couldn't find you. The relief I felt at learning Trevor was safe was so overwhelming that I started crying again. All through my ordeal, I had been terrified that those men had done something terrible to him. He's fine, the ranger assured me. Cuts and bruises, but nothing serious. He's waiting for you at the command post. As they lifted me out of the ravine, I tried to explain about the 2 men who had been chasing me. The rangers listened carefully and took detailed notes, but I could see skepticism in their eyes. In the harsh light of the emergency response, my story sounded almost unbelievable even to me. We'll definitely investigate, Ranger Mills assured me. But you have to understand, people get disoriented when they're lost and scared. Sometimes the mind can play tricks, especially in low light conditions. I wanted to argue, wanted to insist that what I had experienced was completely real. But I was exhausted and in pain, and part of me was starting to wonder if he might be right. Had my terror-filled flight through the darkening forest caused me to imagine threats that weren't really there? The reunion with Trevor was emotional and overwhelming. He was waiting at the search command post which had been set up in the parking lot, and the moment he saw me being helped out of the rescue vehicle, he ran over and wrapped me in a careful hug. God, I'm so sorry, he said over and over again. I should never have pushed us to take that wrong trail. I should have listened when you said we should turn back. It's not your fault, I told him, though part of me was still angry about his stubborn insistence on continuing when I had wanted to retreat. How did we get separated? His story was similar to mine. He had been pushing through thick undergrowth, assuming I was right behind him. When he suddenly emerged into a different clearing and realized I was gone, he had searched frantically for over an hour before finally admitting defeat and trying to find his way back to the main trail. I kept hearing someone moving around in the woods, he said. I thought it was you at first, but when I called out, there was never any answer. It was like someone was following me, staying just out of sight. That detail sent a chill down my spine. Maybe I hadn't imagined the 2 men after all. Maybe they had been watching both of us, waiting for us to separate before making their move. The police investigation that followed was thorough but ultimately inconclusive. Officers searched the areas where I reported encountering the 2 men, but found no physical evidence of their presence. No footprints, no camping equipment, no indication that anyone had been living rough in those remote sections of the forest. It's possible they were transients, the detective explained to me a few days later. People sometimes camp illegally in state forests, especially if they're trying to avoid law enforcement for other reasons. If that's the case, they would know how to move through the woods without leaving traces. But even the detective seemed skeptical about some aspects of my story. The tunnel I described couldn't be located, despite extensive searches of the ravine system. The creek I remembered following didn't match any of the waterways on the official park maps. Trauma and fear can affect memory and perception, the detective said gently. It's possible that some details got confused or exaggerated in your mind. The important thing is that you're safe now. I wanted to believe that explanation. It would have been easier to accept that my terrifying ordeal had been partly imaginary than to live with the knowledge that 2 dangerous men were still out there somewhere in the forest. But I couldn't forget certain details. The smell of the tall man when he pinned me to the ground, the specific sound of the older man's voice when he threatened Trevor, the feeling of rough rope against my wrists. These sensations were too vivid, too real to dismiss as products of a panicked imagination. Trevor and I stayed together for another few months after the incident, but the experience had changed something fundamental between us. He blamed himself for insisting we take the wrong trail, while I struggled with anger about his refusal to listen to my concerns. More than that, though, the ordeal had left me with a persistent anxiety about being in remote places that made our outdoor adventures no longer enjoyable. We finally broke up that fall, not because of any dramatic fight, but simply because we had grown into different people after our shared trauma. He moved to another city for a job opportunity, and we gradually lost touch. I still hike occasionally, but never alone, and never on unmarked or poorly maintained trails. I stick to popular parks with good cell coverage and clear signage every few hundred yards. My friends think I'm being overly cautious, but they weren't there that day in the forest. They didn't experience the particular terror that comes from being hunted by something predatory and wrong. Sometimes, when I'm on a trail and the forest grows particularly quiet, I find myself looking over my shoulder and listening for the sound of footsteps that don't quite match my own rhythm. Most of the time, there's nothing there but my own imagination, heightened by memory and residual fear. But sometimes, just sometimes, I catch a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision that vanishes when I turn to look directly. Sometimes I hear branches breaking in the distance with no visible cause, and sometimes, late at night when I'm trying to sleep, I can still smell that nauseating combination of unwashed body and sweet decay that clung to the tall man with the melted face. The official report classified the incident as a case of hikers becoming lost and disoriented, with possible minor hallucinations caused by stress and dehydration. Trevor and I were commended for our quick thinking in getting back to safety, and new warning signs were posted at several trailheads about staying on marked paths. But I know what I experienced that day. I know that somewhere in the deep woods of Crows Ridge State Park, there are two men who hunt lost hikers for reasons I don't want to imagine. I know that whatever happened to Trevor and me was not the first time they had done this, and I doubt it was the last. The forest holds its secrets, and some of them are more terrible than we want to admit. Every time I read about missing hikers or unexplained disappearances in remote areas, I wonder if someone else has encountered the same predatory presence that stalked me through those dark woods. I survived that day, but something in me was forever changed by the experience. The world felt a little less safe, a little more unpredictable, and I learned that sometimes the monsters we fear in the dark are very real indeed. They walk on two legs, they know how to use the forest to their advantage, and they are always watching for the next opportunity to hunt. That knowledge is a burden I carry with me every day, along with the memory of a tall man with a melted face who moves through the woods without making a sound, and an older man with stained teeth who knows exactly where every trail leads and how to cut off every possible escape route. They're still out there, somewhere in the endless green maze of trees and shadows, waiting for the next lost hiker to stumble into their domain. And sometimes, in the depths of sleepless nights, I wonder if they remember me as clearly as I remember them, and if they're still looking for the one who got away. The oppressive humidity of that late summer afternoon in Georgia clung to our skin like a damp shroud as my husband James, our 6-year-old son Tyler, and I made the spontaneous decision that would forever change how I viewed the wilderness. The thermometer on our back porch read 93 degrees, but the stifling air made it feel closer to 100. Our small house felt like an oven, and the idea of escaping to cooler temperatures under the forest canopy seemed like salvation. "Let's do something different this time," James suggested, wiping sweat from his brow as he studied a worn camping guide he'd pulled from our junk drawer. "I'm tired of those crowded state parks with their overpriced fees and noisy neighbors." I should have recognized the warning signs then, the way his finger traced over an unmarked area on the map, the excited gleam in his eyes when he mentioned an abandoned campground he'd heard about from a coworker. But the heat had made us all desperate for relief, and the prospect of solitude appealed to my frayed nerves after months of pandemic isolation. Tyler bounced excitedly around the living room, already imagining s'mores and ghost stories by the campfire. His innocent enthusiasm was infectious, and I found myself nodding along as James described the remote location. No crowds, no fees, no rules, just us and nature. It sounded perfect. The drive took us deep into rural Georgia, far from the interstate and even farther from cell phone towers. As we wound through increasingly narrow roads, I noticed how the trees seemed to press closer with each mile, their branches forming a green tunnel that blocked out much of the afternoon sun. The GPS signal had died 20 minutes ago, and now we were relying on James's hastily scribbled directions and his questionable sense of direction. When we finally reached our destination, my first instinct was to suggest we turn around. The entrance to what had once been Pineview Campground was barely visible through the undergrowth. Rusted metal signs hung at odd angles, their paint so faded that only fragments of words remained legible. PG Round, No Camp, and most ominously, closed into fin. A heavy chain secured with multiple padlocks stretched across the old access road, and weeds had grown up through cracks in the asphalt so thoroughly that nature was reclaiming what humans had abandoned. The check-in booth sat like a forgotten sentinel, its windows either boarded up or smashed, with vines crawling through the broken frames. "Maybe this isn't such a good idea," I whispered, though I wasn't sure why I felt the need to lower my voice. Something about the place demanded reverence. Or perhaps it was fear masquerading as respect. But James was already pulling camping gear from our car, his excitement undimmed by the deteriorating infrastructure. "Come on, it'll be an adventure. Tyler will love exploring an old campground." Our son pressed his face against the car window, wide-eyed at the mysterious forest ahead. We parked along the tree line, hidden from the main road by overgrown bushes and saplings that had sprung up in the year since the campground's closure. Loading our backpacks and camping supplies, we squeezed through a gap in the chain-link fence that someone had cut long ago. Probably other adventurous souls seeking the same isolation we craved. The walk into the campground felt like traveling backward through time. Every few hundred yards, we discovered remnants of civilization slowly being devoured by the forest. Concrete picnic tables split by tree roots, fire pits filled with rotting leaves, and rusty grills that looked like skeletal remains of happier times. The deeper we ventured into the abandoned campground, the more unsettled I became. It wasn't just the obvious signs of neglect, the broken water fountains with pipes that led nowhere, the restroom buildings whose doors hung open like gaping mouths revealing nothing but darkness within. It was the complete absence of life that disturbed me most. No birds sang in these trees, no insects buzzed through the thick air. Even the wind seemed reluctant to move through the branches above us, creating an unnatural stillness that made our footsteps sound unnaturally loud on the carpet of dead leaves and pine needles. Tyler skipped ahead of us, oblivious to my growing unease, collecting interesting rocks and pointing out shapes in the clouds when he could glimpse them through the canopy. His cheerful chatter provided the only soundtrack to our expedition, and I found myself grateful for his innocent commentary. After nearly 20 minutes of walking deeper into the campground, we discovered what we'd been seeking: a clearing near the edge of a dark pond that stretched into shadows I couldn't quite penetrate with my eyes. The water was perfectly still, like black glass reflecting the late afternoon sky. A concrete boat ramp descended into the water at one end, though it looked like it hadn't seen use in years. "This is perfect," James announced, dropping his pack and surveying our chosen campsite. An old fire ring sat centered in the clearing, surrounded by flat ground that would accommodate our tent. The nearest abandoned campsite was at least 100 yards away through the trees, giving us the privacy we'd sought. As we set up camp, I tried to shake the growing sense of unease that had been building since our arrival. The logical part of my mind attributed my nervousness to the unfamiliar surroundings and the isolation. After all, we were miles from the nearest help, in a place that had been abandoned for unknown reasons. Evening descended upon our isolated campsite with unusual speed, as if the surrounding forest was eager to embrace the darkness. The temperature had finally begun to drop, bringing welcome relief from the day's oppressive heat. But with the cooling air came something else, a heaviness that seemed to press down on us like an invisible weight. I busied myself preparing dinner, while James built a fire in the old stone ring. Tyler played nearby, creating elaborate stories for his action figures involving brave explorers and hidden treasure. His imagination painted our abandoned surroundings as mysterious rather than menacing, and I envied his ability to find wonder instead of worry in our situation. As flames began to dance in the fire pit, casting moving shadows across our campsite, I noticed how the light seemed unable to penetrate very far into the surrounding woods. The forest formed an impenetrable wall of darkness just 20 feet from our fire, as if our small circle of light was all that stood between us and an infinite abyss. "Listen to that silence," James said, settling back in his camping chair with a satisfied sigh. "When's the last time we experienced real quiet like this?" He was right about the silence, but it felt wrong somehow. Even in remote wilderness areas, there are subtle sounds: the rustle of small animals, the distant call of night birds, the whisper of wind through leaves. Here, the silence was absolute, as if every living thing had fled or learned to hold its breath. After dinner, as Tyler's energy finally began to fade, we roasted marshmallows and shared stories. I tried to focus on the warmth of the fire and the comfort of my family's company, but my eyes kept drifting to the dark water of the pond, where our fire's reflection created the only point of light on the surface. By 9 o'clock, Tyler was rubbing his eyes and yawning, ready for sleep despite his protests that he wasn't tired. We tucked him into his sleeping bag inside our tent, and within minutes, his steady breathing told us he had succumbed to exhaustion. James and I returned to the fire, finally able to enjoy the adult conversation and peaceful solitude we'd been craving. We talked about work stress, future vacation plans, and the simple pleasure of being away from the constant noise of modern life. For a moment, I let myself relax, thinking perhaps my earlier apprehensions had been unfounded. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, casting a gentler light that made the surrounding darkness seem less oppressive. James was in the middle of describing his latest project at work, when the silence was shattered by a sound that made us both freeze in terror. 6 distinct, heavy footsteps emerged from the direction of the water. Not the tentative steps of an animal approaching cautiously, but deliberate, purposeful movement. The sound was unmistakable. Something large emerging from the pond, water sloshing with each step as it climbed onto the shore. My heart hammered against my ribs as we both strained to see into the darkness beyond our dying fire. The footsteps had a rhythm that suggested bipedal movement, but there was a weight to them that spoke of something far larger than any human. Each step seemed to shake the ground slightly, like the footfalls of something massive and confident. "Park ranger," James whispered, though I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. We both knew that no official would approach so quietly without announcement or identification. The footsteps stopped abruptly, leaving us in a silence that felt even more oppressive than before. I realized I was holding my breath, waiting for some indication of what had emerged from the water, a voice calling out, the beam of an official flashlight, anything that would provide a rational explanation for what we'd heard. Instead, there was nothing. No movement, no sound, no sign of life beyond our small circle of dying firelight. But the feeling of being watched was overwhelming, as if invisible eyes were studying us from just beyond our ability to see. James sprang to his feet with a speed that betrayed his fear, despite his usual calm demeanor in stressful situations. I'd seen him face down aggressive dogs and confront suspicious strangers without flinching, but something about this unknown presence had triggered every instinct for danger he possessed. "Hello," I called out, my voice barely above a whisper despite my attempt to sound confident. The word seemed to be absorbed by the darkness, as if the forest itself was swallowing the sound before it could travel far. We grabbed our flashlights and began sweeping the beams across the tree line, searching for any sign of movement or reflection from eyes. The lights revealed only trees, undergrowth, and shadows that seemed to shift and dance just beyond our illumination. Every trunk could have concealed a figure. Every bush might have hidden watching eyes. James picked up a sturdy branch from our woodpile while I gripped the small knife we'd brought for food preparation. Neither weapon would provide much protection against something large enough to make those heavy footsteps, but holding them gave us some illusion of control in an increasingly uncontrollable situation. Minutes passed in tense silence as we continued our visual search of the campsite's perimeter. My legs began to shake from the adrenaline and the strain of standing perfectly still, listening for any sound that might indicate movement or approach. Then the real terror began. A sharp crack echoed through the air above us, not the heavy footfalls from the water's edge, but something entirely different. It was the unmistakable sound of a large branch snapping under considerable weight, except it came from directly overhead. More cracks followed in rapid succession, as if something was moving through the canopy with impossible speed and agility. Pine cones began raining down around us, some striking our shoulders and heads with enough force to make us wince. The sounds moved in a pattern that made no sense, circling our campsite, jumping from tree to tree, creating chaos in the branches above while remaining completely invisible. The assault on our senses continued with relentless intensity. Whatever was moving through the trees above us seemed to be growing bolder, or perhaps more numerous. The cracking branches and falling debris created a rhythm that felt almost deliberate, as if we were being subjected to some form of intimidation. I wanted desperately to run to our tent and wake Tyler, to gather him in my arms and flee this place as fast as our legs could carry us. But the rational part of my mind recognized the futility of that plan. We were 15 minutes from our car through dark woods, carrying a frightened child, while something unknown stalked us from the treetops. The sounds began to multiply and spread. What had started as movement directly overhead expanded to encompass the entire perimeter of our campsite. Branches snapped to our left, then immediately to our right. Pine cones fell near the water's edge while simultaneously dropping by our tent. The pattern was impossible. No single creature could move that quickly, and no group of animals behaved with such coordinated purpose. James grabbed my hand, and I could feel his trembling despite his attempts to maintain composure. "We need to get in the tent," he whispered urgently. "Whatever this is, we're too exposed out here." But even as we took tentative steps toward our shelter, the realization hit us both. If something wanted to harm us, a thin layer of nylon fabric would provide no protection whatsoever. Still, the psychological comfort of walls, however flimsy, drew us toward the tent like a beacon of safety. The sounds followed our movement, staying consistently overhead as we crossed the campsite. It was as if we were being herded, guided by an intelligence that understood our fear and was deliberately manipulating it. Inside the tent, Tyler continued to sleep peacefully, oblivious to the terror surrounding him. His innocent slumber felt like a miracle in the midst of our nightmare. We positioned ourselves between him and the tent's entrance, flashlights ready, straining to interpret every sound that penetrated the thin walls of our shelter. The cacophony outside intensified, as if our retreat had triggered some new phase of the harassment. Branches crashed with increasing frequency and violence, creating an almost rhythmic drumbeat that seemed designed to prevent sleep and maintain our state of terror. The assault continued throughout the endless night, sometimes loud and immediate, other times distant but persistent. We took turns maintaining vigilant watch while the other dozed fitfully, though true rest remained elusive. Tyler, by some miracle, slept through the entire ordeal, his exhaustion from the day's adventures protecting him from the horror that surrounded us. As the first pale light of dawn began to filter through the forest canopy, the sounds gradually diminished and finally ceased altogether. The silence that followed was almost as unnerving as the chaos that had preceded it, a complete absence of normal forest sounds that suggested the presence of something that even wildlife instinctively avoided. When full daylight finally arrived, we emerged from our tent like survivors of a siege, scanning the campsite for any evidence of what had tormented us through the night. The ground around our camp was littered with broken branches, pine cones, and debris that hadn't been there the evening before, physical proof that our experience hadn't been a shared hallucination or stress-induced panic. Tyler woke refreshed and excited to explore, completely unaware of the terror that had kept his parents awake. As he played near the tent, James and I conducted a thorough investigation of the area around the pond, looking for footprints, disturbed vegetation, or any other clues that might explain our experience. What we found at the water's edge made no sense and provided no comfort. A massive fallen tree that had been lying across the shore was covered in fresh gouges and cuts that definitely hadn't been there the previous day. The marks looked almost like stab wounds, deep, deliberate gashes that penetrated several inches into the hardwood trunk. The cuts were too clean and numerous to be natural, too large and aggressive to be the work of any known animal in the region. We packed our belongings in record time, our hands shaking as we rolled up the tent and gathered our scattered supplies. The morning sun that should have brought relief and clarity instead illuminated a scene that raised more questions than it answered. The abandoned campground felt even more menacing in daylight, as if the darkness had simply retreated rather than disappeared. The walk back to our car felt like an escape from prison. We moved quickly, Tyler chattering happily about the cool adventure while James and I remained grimly silent, constantly checking over our shoulders for signs of pursuit. Even now, years later, I cannot explain what happened during that night at the abandoned campground. Every rational attempt to dismiss or rationalize the experience falls apart when confronted with the physical evidence we witnessed and the coordinated nature of the harassment we endured. Perhaps there truly was a reason that campground had been closed and left to decay. Perhaps some places are meant to remain empty, abandoned not due to economics or politics, but because they harbor something that humans were never meant to encounter. I pray to God that we never find ourselves in such a situation again, and I've never returned to that part of Georgia. Some mysteries are better left unsolved, and some doors should never be reopened once they've been closed. The memory haunts me still, not just the terror of that night, but the knowledge that somewhere in those woods, something watches and waits for the next group of unsuspecting campers, foolish enough to ignore the warning signs and venture where they don't belong. The idea of a week-long hiking and camping trip in the remote forests of northern Arizona had always appealed to me. I loved the outdoors and relished the chance to get away from the bustle of city life, immerse myself in nature, and enjoy some solitude. So when my good friend Jack invited me to join him on an expedition into the sprawling Apache Sitgreaves National Forest, I eagerly accepted. Jack was an experienced outdoorsman who had explored this territory before. "You're going to love it out there," he told me with his characteristic enthusiasm. "Just miles and miles of pristine wilderness. But I have to warn you, some of the locals say this forest is haunted by skinwalkers." I chuckled at that. Skinwalkers were nothing more than a Native American myth, I assured him. Evil witches who could transform into animals and wore the skins of the creatures they had killed. I didn't put any stock in such far-fetched supernatural tales. "I'm not so sure," Jack said, a glint in his eye. "The tribes around here have told stories about skinwalkers for generations. I've heard some pretty hair-raising accounts from people I trust, but you're right, they're probably just legends. Spooky campfire stories, nothing more." We planned our trip for early October. The brutal summer heat would have relented by then, but the deep winter snows hadn't yet arrived. It seemed the ideal time. We pored over maps, plotting out our route, selecting trails that would take us far off the beaten path into seldom visited corners of the immense forest. When the day finally arrived, we packed Jack's SUV with all our gear and provisions and set off, winding our way up into the mountains. With each passing mile, the trappings of civilization fell away, replaced by an untamed landscape of towering pines and aspens, sun-dappled meadows, and steep ravines. We reached the end of the Forest Service road by noon and shouldered our heavy packs. "See you in a week," Jack said as he locked the vehicle. Then we set off down a narrow, overgrown trail, side by side, ready for our adventure to begin. If only I had known then what lay in store for us in those woods. We hiked until dusk that first day, stopping only briefly to rest and rehydrate. The air was pleasantly cool under the forest canopy, sunlight filtering down in thin beams through the fluttering leaves. The susurrus of the wind in the branches and the distant trilling of birds were the only sounds. "This is the life, isn't it?" Jack asked with a contented sigh as we trudged along. "Away from all the noise and the people and the concrete. Sometimes I think I was born in the wrong century. I would have made a good mountain man living off the land. Alone except for the skinwalkers," I replied with a smirk. He shot me a raised eyebrow. "Joke all you want. But the stories do make you think. The Navajo believe skinwalkers are evil shamans, witches who perform dark rituals to gain their unnatural powers. They say the skinwalkers sacrifice their humanity to become something no longer human, something monstrous that kills without remorse. I shook my head dismissively. Just a scary story to keep people in line, if you ask me. Don't transgress against the tribe or the skinwalkers will get you. Probably dreamed up by some crafty shaman centuries ago. People have always used boogeymen to control behavior. Could be, Jack allowed. But the myths are so pervasive, across so many different tribes and cultures. The details are different, but the core is the same. An evil witch who shapeshifts into animal form. Where there's smoke, there's usually at least a little fire. We lapsed into silence then as the trail grew steeper, and the shadows deeper in the waning light of late afternoon. It was nearing twilight when we finally reached the small draw Jack had identified on the map as our campsite for the night. Bone-tired, we dropped our packs and set about pitching our tents and building a campfire. Later, after a meager dinner of reconstituted beef stew, we sat on logs pulled close to the fire, letting the warmth drive back the night's growing chill. It was fully dark beyond the small circle of firelight. In the distance, an owl hooted mournfully. The dancing flames cast weird undulating shadows on the surrounding trees. You know, there's one story about skinwalkers I heard that's always stuck with me, Jack said, poking at the fire with a stick. The tribes say if you lock eyes with a skinwalker, it can absorb itself into your body and take control. The only way to stop it is to pronounce the skinwalker's full name, but if you don't know the name, you're doomed. The skinwalker will destroy you from inside. An involuntary shiver went through me, and I edged a little closer to the fire. The wind gusted then, making the flames shudder and the shadows leap. It sounded almost like a low moan sifting through the pine boughs above. Perhaps sensing my unease, Jack laughed suddenly. Or so they say, but like you said, it's probably all nonsense. No different than werewolves or vampires or any other folktale monster. Nothing to worry about out here, except maybe bears, and bears are scared of fire. Right, I agreed, managing a shaky smile. And there's two of us. We've got each other's backs. But I couldn't shake a vague sense of foreboding as I stared out into the Stygian gloom of the forest. Jack's words hung in the air and in my imagination. He stretched and yawned loudly then, pushing himself up off the log. I don't know about you, but I'm beat. My dogs are barking. I'm going to turn in. I nodded, banking the fire with a stick. I'm right behind you. See you in the morning. As I lay in my tent a short while later, listening to the soft nighttime sounds of the forest, the stories Jack had shared continued to trouble me. They were just silly folk tales. They had to be. Evil witches who could change into beasts and burrow into human bodies. It was utterly fantastical, and yet some dim ancestral part of my brain responded to the idea on a primal level. Every creak of branch, every rustle of leaf, took on an ominous cast. It was a long time before sleep finally found me. And when it did, my rest was fitful and plagued by dark and disturbing dreams. We woke at first light, stiff and a little groggy but eager to get back on the trail. After a quick breakfast of oatmeal and coffee, we broke camp, hoisted our packs, and set off again, aiming to reach a small spring marked on our map by early afternoon. Despite my unsettling dreams, the bright light of morning and the activity of hiking drove all thoughts of skinwalkers from my mind. The weather was glorious, the air crisp and infused with the scent of pine, the sky a bottomless blue. We made good time. As we angled down into another narrow draw shortly after noon, the spring Jack had identified came into view. Little more than a seep, really, a jumble of lichen-encrusted rocks from which crystal-clear water burbled. We stopped gratefully to fill our canteens and bottles. It was then we noticed the first unsettling indication that we might not be alone in this isolated pocket of wilderness. There, in the soft mud at the pool's edge, was a perfectly formed human footprint, a bare footprint. Huh, Jack said, squatting to examine it more closely. That's odd. Can't be more than a day or two old. But who would be wandering around barefoot way out here? I shook my head, bewildered. No idea. Could it maybe be a kid from the reservation? Jack frowned. I don't think so. The nearest Navajo or Apache settlement is 50 miles south, and this print is from an adult foot. He stood, wiping his hands on his pant legs, and peered around as if half expecting the footprint's erstwhile owner to materialize from the trees. Well, whoever it was, they're not here now. I wouldn't worry about it. Probably just some hippie out communing with nature or vision questing or something. But I found that I was worrying about it. That vague sense of unease from the previous evening returning. It was just a footprint. Nothing overtly menacing about it. And yet something felt off. Incongruous. The idea of someone traveling barefoot in this rugged backcountry was bizarre. We rested a while longer in the shade by the spring before setting off again. The trail turned steep and rocky, switchbacking up the far wall of the hollow. By mid-afternoon we reached the ridgetop, both of us drenched in sweat and gulping air. But the effort was well worth it, I had to admit. The view was breathtaking. Unbroken forest, sprawling out in all directions, the massive peaks of the White Mountains serrating the southern horizon. In that moment, with a cool breeze in our faces, and that stunning panorama spread out before us, my misgivings melted away. We were in God's country. What could there possibly be to fear here? But then, as we began to descend along the ridge's spine into the next valley, I thought I caught a flash of movement behind us out of the corner of my eye. I spun around quickly, but there was nothing to see but hazy blue distance. Jack noticed and glanced back as well. "What's up?" he asked, eyebrows raised. "Nothing," I said a little too quickly. "I just thought I saw, never mind. Probably a deer or something." He nodded, though I noticed he kept checking over his shoulder as we hiked on. There were no further signs of anything amiss, no sound other than our breathing and the crunch of our boots on the rocky trail. The woods seemed preternaturally still, as if the birds and small creatures were all holding their collective breath, waiting and watching. When we made camp beside a small creek that evening, the strange footprint and my fleeting sense of being watched still weighed on my mind. Jack must have noted my distraction as we prepared our dinner over the campfire. "You're still thinking about that barefoot print, aren't you?" he asked, cocking his head. I shrugged sheepishly. "A bit. I know it's stupid, but it just seems so weird. What do you really think it was?" He took a long moment to respond, chewing his lip. "I don't know," he admitted finally. "If you'd asked me yesterday, I'd have said definitely human, but now," he trailed off, shaking his head. "But now?" I prompted uneasily. Jack sighed, poking at the fire with a stick, sending up a shower of sparks. "Now I keep thinking about all those skinwalker stories. If the legends are true, if they really can take animal form, then maybe that print wasn't from a human foot at all." A shiver rolled through me despite the nearby flames, and I hugged my jacket tighter. "You don't really believe that, do you? I mean, shape-shifting witches, that's crazy." "Is it?" he asked, meeting my eyes over the fire. "This is an old land with old secrets. Who knows what might be out there in the darkness watching from the trees?" As if on cue, a long, mournful howl sounded from somewhere on the moonlit ridges above us. Whether wolf or coyote I couldn't say, but it raised the hairs on the back of my neck and sent a spike of icy dread down my spine. In that moment, alone and miles from civilization, the irrational felt chillingly plausible. Neither of us slept well that night. The next day dawned cold and gray, a hard frost riming the grassland in silver. Our breath plumed in the frigid air as we ate a hasty breakfast and packed up camp, both of us eager to get moving, to be doing something to keep the unsettling thoughts at bay. As we hiked, the weather remained gloomy, the sky leaden, swollen with unshed moisture. The ponderosas and aspens creaked and rattled in a restless wind. It felt like a storm was building. By midday, when we stopped at an overlook above a wooded gulch to rest and refill our water bottles from our dwindling reserves, the first snowflakes had begun to swirl down from the iron clouds, fat and feathery. "That's all we need," Jack muttered, frowning up at the sky as he screwed the cap back on his bottle. "Hiking in the snow is miserable and dangerous if it starts really coming down." I nodded my agreement, already feeling the cold seeping through my layers. Maybe we should think about heading back, I suggested, stamping my numb feet. If this keeps up, the trail could get hard to follow. But Jack was already shaking his head, his expression resolute. We've come this far. I'm not turning back now. Besides, a little snow never hurt anyone. He shouldered his pack and started off down the trail again without waiting for my response. With a resigned sigh, I fell in behind him. He was right that we had come a long way, and the thought of retracing all those miles back to the SUV was dispiriting. But I couldn't shake the sense that pushing on was unwise, that it was tempting fate. The snow continued to fall as we hiked, growing steadier and thicker as the afternoon wore on until everything was blanketed in white. It muffled all sound, made the forest seem even more still and lifeless. Our steps were hushed, the only noise the soft whisper of snowflakes. As the light began to fade, we came upon a small clearing, little more than a gap in the trees. Jack called a halt, shrugging off his pack. "This looks like as good a place as any to camp for the night," he said, surveying our surroundings. "It's getting too dark to go much further anyway." I wasn't thrilled at the prospect. The clearing was exposed, hemmed in by dense, gloomy stands of spruce. Anything could be hiding in those shadows. But the alternative of continuing to stumble onward blindly through a snowstorm had even less appeal. "All right," I agreed. "Let's get a fire going quickly before we freeze." We gathered what dry wood we could, scraped away the snow, and soon had a small, smoky blaze going. In its light and warmth, I felt my spirits lift a little. Fire was safety, the one sure ward against all the creatures of the night, both natural and unnatural. But a short while later, as we were settling in to eat some dinner, I thought I heard a branch snap somewhere out in the darkness beyond the ring of firelight. I put down my tin cup of coffee, listened hard. After a long moment, there was another crack, closer this time, then another, like ponderous footsteps. "Jack," I hissed, reaching for the hatchet on my belt. "There's something out there. Listen." He sat up sharply from where he had been reclined against a log, brow furrowing. The steps were drawing nearer, slow and deliberate, and then they stopped, perhaps 30 feet away, just beyond the veil of shadow. A growl sounded then, low and guttural, and full of malevolence. The hairs along my arms and on the back of my neck stood up. That was no coyote or mountain lion. I'd never heard any animal make a sound like that. "Who's there?" Jack shouted, leaping to his feet, drawing the big hunting knife from his belt. "Show yourself." For a breathless moment there was only silence. Then, at the very edge of the darkness, 2 points of yellow fire appeared, perhaps 6 feet off the ground. I sucked in a sharp breath. Eyes. They were eyes, feral and intelligent, staring directly at us. As we watched in mute horror, a massive shape detached itself from the blackness and slinked into the flickering half-light at the clearing's edge. It was a wolf, but no ordinary wolf. It was far too large, easily the size of a grown man, with a coat as black as a starless night sky and teeth like gleaming daggers. It stood regarding us with those hellish yellow eyes, head lowered, hackles raised, a nightmarish apparition conjured from our worst imaginings. It was only then that I noticed its front paws. They weren't paws at all. They were gnarled, human-like hands, the fingers tipped with wickedly curved claws. "Skinwalker," Jack breathed, his eyes wide with shock and raw terror. Dear God, the legends are true. The blood had drained from his face, leaving it bone white. His hand shook where it gripped the knife. The beast snarled then, lips curling back from its fangs, and took a step towards us. I scrabbled backwards frantically, nearly pitching into the fire in my haste. This was no myth, no scary story around a campfire. It was real as the stark fear coursing. The creature began to circle us slowly, its baleful yellow eyes never leaving our faces, stalking, toying with its prey. Low growls rumbled continuously from its barrel chest, setting our teeth on edge. The stench of it reached us even over the smoke, a charnel reek of rotting flesh and decay. What do we do?" I stammered, my heart slamming against my ribs as I gripped my hatchet with white knuckles. "I don't know," Jack replied hoarsely. He licked his lips, shifted his grip on the hunting knife. The stories say the only way to defeat a skinwalker is to call it by its human name. But we don't know its name. The beast snarled as if in response, a horrifyingly intelligent sound, as though it understood our words and found them amusing. Then, to our shock and revulsion, it opened its maw and spoke, its voice a rasping abomination. "Fools," it grated. "There is no escape. Your flesh will feed my hunger." It lunged then, a lightning blur of obsidian fur and flashing teeth. Jack slashed desperately with his knife, but the creature batted his arm aside with contemptuous ease, sending him sprawling. Blood flew in spatters across the snow. I heard myself screaming as I stumbled backwards, raising my hatchet. The skinwalker's head whipped towards me, yellow eyes blazing with malevolent glee. It gathered itself to spring, and I knew with sick certainty I was about to die. But in that moment, just as the beast tensed to leap, a ululating war cry split the night, and a dark, man-shaped figure burst from the trees behind it. The skinwalker spun with a startled snarl. I caught a glimpse of an aged, dark-skinned face, obsidian eyes, a braid of gray hair, and the glint of a steel tomahawk arcing down. The strange newcomer and the creature crashed together in a writhing tangle of flailing limbs and gnashing teeth, rolling across the snowy ground in mortal combat. Hideous screams and enraged roars rent the air. Blood sprayed. I stood paralyzed, hatchet still raised but forgotten, unable to tear my eyes away from the titanic struggle. The grizzled man, whomever he was, fought with a savage fury, hacking and slashing with the tomahawk. But the skinwalker was monstrously strong and fast. It raked the man's face and chest with its claws, staining the snow crimson. Locked in their death grapple, the pair smashed into the campfire, sending burning logs tumbling and throwing up a geyser of spark and ash. The man cried out in pain as his clothes caught fire, but he never released his chokehold on the skinwalker. With his other hand, he grabbed a flaming brand and shoved it into the creature's snarling mouth. It screamed, high and terrible. At last, the man managed to pin the beast beneath him and began to chant something in a language I did not know. The words guttural and clipped. It sounded like some sort of Native American tongue. The skinwalker thrashed and howled, its huge body contorting grotesquely as if in agony. The chanting grew louder, more fevered, the strange words tumbling over each other. The skinwalker convulsed spastically, yellow eyes bulging from their sockets. Then, with one last ear-splitting shriek, it shuddered and lay still, black tongue lolling. For a long, breathless moment, the only sound was the harsh panting of the old warrior where he crouched over the monster's corpse. Then he straightened slowly, wincing, and turned to face us. In the guttering light of the scattered campfire, I saw that his leathery face was crisscrossed with bloody furrows from the thing's claws. "It is done," he said in heavily accented English. "The skinwalker is dead." He kicked at the inert mass of black fur with a moccasined foot. "Who? What? How?" I babbled, staggering over to help a groaning Jack to his feet. His left arm hung limp and blood soaked his shredded sleeve, but he was alive. The old man held up a hand. "I am John Blackfeather of the Navajo Nation. I have tracked this skinwalker for many days. It has killed many, and I swore to end its evil." He hawked and spat. "It was once a shaman of my tribe, the most powerful of his generation. But he trafficked with dark spirits, made pacts with things that should never be named. The tribe cast him out, but it was too late. He had already transformed himself into the beast you saw." Blackfeather shook his head sadly. "A skinwalker cannot be killed by any normal means once it has tasted human flesh and absorbed the power of men's fear. Only a holy man can slay it by speaking its true name. The name it bore is a man, and its name must be spoken in the tongue of its people as the holy man spills its blood." I looked down at the skinwalker's lifeless body, still struggling to wrap my mind around what I had seen. Even dead and reverting slowly to human form, it radiated a sense of otherworldly malevolence and wrongness. "Thank you," Jack said then, his voice ragged with pain and exhaustion. "You saved our lives." The old warrior nodded gravely. You two are brave to venture so deep into this wilderness, but you must learn to heed the ancient wisdom. There are things out here in the shadows that modern men have forgotten. Things that hunger for human blood and fear nothing but the old ways. Remember this lesson. With those cryptic words, John Blackfeather turned and vanished into the snowy trees as abruptly as he had appeared, leaving Jack and I to bind our wounds and try to make sense of the impossible horror we had just witnessed. One thing I knew for certain, I would never again mock the power of legend and myth. The stories were true and I had seen the proof with my own terrified eyes. The Skinwalker was real. Dawn eventually arrived, gray and joyless. The events of the night before seemed like some surreal nightmare in the pale morning light. Maybe they had been. Maybe my mind had snapped out here in the wilderness and conjured the whole thing from some dark recess of ancestral memory and primal fear. But the wounds on Jack's arm and the blood-stained snow where the Skinwalker's body had lain told a different story. It had been real as the aches in my muscles and the chattering of my teeth. We broke camp early, moving slowly and saying little. My desperate backward scramble last night had upended my pack, scattering much of our food in the snow. The Skinwalker's corpse had mercifully dissolved away to oily ashes and a few gnawed bones in the night. Small blessing. Jack looked gaunt and feverish, his skin waxy as he cradled his injured arm. He needed a doctor and antibiotics, not another day staggering through the mountains. "We have to get you out of here," I said as we shouldered our packs. "That cut could get infected." He nodded weakly but said nothing, saving his energy. His breath plumed in the frigid air. In unspoken agreement, we angled back the way we had come, retracing our steps on the snow-shrouded trail. Navigation was difficult with our map and compass lost somewhere in the chaos, but I reckoned if we kept the rising sun at our backs, we would eventually reach the forest road where we had started. Time passed in a blur of putting one foot in front of the other. My world narrowed to the crunch of snow underfoot, the saw of Jack's labored breathing, and the throb of sore muscles. My mind churned endlessly, trying in vain to make rational sense of the night's lunatic events. By noon we had made scarcely a few miles, slowed by exhaustion, cold, and Jack's deteriorating condition. We stopped beneath a stand of towering firs to rest, and I changed the makeshift bandage on his arm, wincing at the sight of inflamed flesh. The gashes already stank, blood poisoning. He was going downhill fast. As I tucked the last corner of a strip of torn shirt around the wound, Jack suddenly gripped my wrist with his good hand. His eyes, glassy with pain, locked on mine. "If I don't make it," he said in a rasping whisper, "you have to tell people what happened out here, what we saw. Don't let them call us crazy. The truth has to be known." "You're going to make it just fine," I said with forced cheer, patting his hand. "We both are. This will all just be a bad memory soon." But my words rang hollow even to my own ears. If we didn't find help and shelter soon, we likely wouldn't survive another frigid night in the open, not in our current state. And beneath my fear, questions roiled like acid. How many other myths were true? What other impossible horrors stalked the shadows of the ancient places? And, most chilling, what if there had been more than one Skinwalker? Another hour of arduous travel brought us to the edge of a narrow gorge. A rift cleaved in the earth 10 yards wide and 30 deep. Snow-flocked pines swayed on the far side above a thin silver ribbon of a stream. The only way forward was across a rickety-looking makeshift bridge of lashed logs spanning the gap. Jack leaned against a boulder, clutching his arm and looking dubiously at the crude structure. "That doesn't exactly inspire confidence," he said between pained breaths. "Where did it even come from out here?" "Probably some old logging access," I replied, eyeing the weathered timbers uneasily. "Hunters and trappers might use it to get across too." I didn't mention the other possibility that had slithered unbidden into my mind, that the Skinwalker, or others of its kind, had built it for some darker purpose. The thought of putting my weight on something created by those unclean hands made my skin crawl. But there was no other choice. We couldn't go around, and backtracking would cost hours we didn't have. Testing the bridge's strength with the foot, I took a deep breath and stepped out onto it. The lashed logs held, barely, heart in my throat. I picked my way across, placing each step with care on the icy, uneven surface. The bridge swayed and creaked alarmingly, but did not give way. After a minor eternity, I reached solid ground again and turned to beckon Jack. "Come on," I called. "Just go slow and you'll be fine. Don't look down." Clenching his jaw, he started across, even more slowly than I had. Twice a foot slipped on a slick patch, and nearly pitched him over the flimsy railing to the jagged rocks below, drawing a yelp. But at last he made it, collapsing onto a tree trunk on the far side. I squeezed his good shoulder. "You made it. Hard part's over. We'll find a spot to camp on this side soon." He nodded, closing his eyes as he fought to slow his breathing. I let him rest a few minutes before hauling him to his feet again. As deep as we were, I had a gnawing fear that night would bring fresh horrors. I wanted as much distance as possible between us and that bridge and the fell things that might cross it. But Jack's strength was fading fast, his steps growing increasingly unsteady, his skin burning hot to the touch. He was pushing the edge of collapse. I kept a grip on his belt, terrified he would topple headfirst down the slope at any moment. The light was beginning to slant low through the trees again. Deja vu chilled my veins. And then, miraculously, I glimpsed a flash of color through the tree trunks ahead. A swathe of bright green amid the blacks and grays and whites. Out of place. Unnatural. A tent. Hope leapt in my chest. With a burst of energy I didn't know I still possessed, I hauled Jack forward, and we half staggered, half slid down into a small hollow ringed by towering firs. There, tucked against the hillside, stood a domed tent, wisps of smoke curling from the vent. A hiker's camp. Salvation. "Hello?" I shouted. Or tried to shout, my voice emerging as a thready croak. "Is anyone there? We need help." Seconds passed. Then the tent flap unzipped and a figure emerged. A woman, bundled in a purple parka, her honey blonde hair spilling out from under a knit cap. She peered at us with wary blue eyes. "Please," I said. "My friend needs a doctor. There was an accident." Her expression softened then, taking in our haggard appearance, Jack's blood-stained jacket. "Dear God," she breathed. "Of course, come on, let's get him inside." Between us, we half-carried Jack into the blessed warmth of the tent. He collapsed onto a sleeping bag, groaning. The woman, who introduced herself as Alice, began rummaging through her pack for a first aid kit. "What happened?" she asked, pulling out bandages and antiseptic. "Was it a bear?" I barked a humorless laugh. "I wish. You wouldn't believe me if I told you." She paused, gauze in hand, and looked at me searchingly. "Try me," she said. "I've spent a lot of time in these woods. I've heard things, seen things." So as she cleaned and rebandaged Jack's wounds, I told her everything. The footprint, the sense of being watched, the impossible creature that had attacked us in the night. John Blackfeather's harrowing rescue and dire warning. By the end, my voice was hoarse and Alice's face was pale. "Skinwalkers," she whispered when I had finished. I had heard the old stories, but I never dreamed. She shook her head. "You two are lucky to be alive. The tribes say their dark magic is almost unstoppable." She touched the small silver cross at her throat. "I thought it was all just myth and superstition." "So did we," I said grimly, watching the shadows gather outside the tent. "Believe me, we won't be so quick to dismiss legends around the campfire anymore." Alice insisted we stay in her tent for the night. In truth, I doubt Jack could have gone much farther anyway. She had a satellite phone and promised to call for a medevac chopper first thing in the morning. But as darkness fell and the wind moaned in the treetops, I found no comfort in the nylon walls and battery lanterns. Because if the legends of skinwalkers were real, who knew what other primal nightmares lurked in the vast primordial forests beyond? And so I sat sleepless, gripping my hatchet, jumping at every noise, until the pale light of dawn crept in, and with it the distant thrum of helicopter blades. But even as we lifted off and left that accursed wilderness behind, I knew with a bone-deep certainty that I would never feel truly safe in the woods again. Because some things, once seen, can never be unseen. The skinwalkers are out there, waiting in the shadows, as they have always been and will always be. I only pray you never meet one. I stared out the window of my apartment at the twinkling city lights, their usual bustle and glow bringing none of the old comfort. 3 months had passed since that nightmarish camping trip. 3 months since my safe, familiar world had shattered and reformed itself into something darker, more primal. True to Alice's word, a rescue helicopter had lifted us out of the White Mountains at first light and rushed Jack to the nearest hospital. I had never been so glad to see sterile white walls and hear the beep of monitors. The doctors had been baffled by the ragged claw wounds striping his flesh and the virulence of the infection raging in his veins. They pumped him full of the most potent antibiotics and muttered about unusual animal attacks. I said nothing to contradict them. What could I say? That we had been savaged by a mythical monster out of Native American folklore. They'd have had me committed. Jack eventually recovered, at least physically, though the wounds left livid scars. Invisible scars, too. He was jumpy now, easily startled. He had taken to triple-checking the locks on his doors and windows. Understandable, given what we had faced, but I worried. As for me, I found my thoughts returning again and again to that long, terror-filled night in the forest and the impossibility made manifest that had haunted it. In the bright light of civilization it seemed unreal, a fever dream, and yet the very real evidence of Jack's injuries and my own still healing bruises argued otherwise. So I did what I had always done when confronted with the unknown. I researched. I delved into the old stories, the oral histories passed down by the Apache and Navajo. I read ethnographies and explorers' journals and obscure folklore tracts, and what I found there chilled me to my marrow. If even a fraction of the tales were true, Skinwalkers were far from the only horrors stalking the untamed places of the world. Wendigos and Rakshasas, Bakanekos and Adlets, 1,000 different names for 1,000 nightmares given flesh. According to the legends, these beings dwelt in the liminal spaces, the borders between the civilized world and the primordial wilderness that modern humanity had all but forgotten. They were shapeshifters and flesh-eaters, driven by an insatiable hunger for human meat and fear. Some had once been human themselves, transformed through dark sorceries and corrupted communion with evil spirits. Others had never been human at all. As I read account after terrifying account, a chilling realization crept over me, that all of human history and progress was little more than a thin veneer over a vast dark abyss teeming with primordial horrors. An abyss that we had convinced ourselves did not exist, could not exist. The uncharted places on the map, literally and figuratively, that's where they lurked still, waiting for the unwary to stray beyond the firelight. Reading those old myths and legends, I understood at last the true nature of those ancestral fears that dwelt in the shadowed corners of the human psyche, the instinctive dread of the dark, the atavistic shiver up the spine at a snapped twig or a flash of moonlit eyes in the night. They were not irrational after all. The monsters were real. Perhaps they always had been. Our ancestors had known that terrible truth, but we, their descendants, had allowed ourselves to forget, lulled by the false security of our cities and our science. But some truths could never be forgotten, not entirely. They seeped into our dreams and our stories, a warning from the past to the future. I wish now that I had heeded those warnings, that I had not been so arrogant as to dismiss the wisdom of ages as mere superstition. It was an arrogance that had nearly gotten Jack and I killed, and I knew with grim certainty that there would be others who ventured innocently into the wild places only to discover the nightmares that waited there, with no aged Navajo warrior to save them. So now I sit here watching the city lights and the oblivious millions they represent, and I ponder my newfound terrible knowledge. Do I sound the alarm? Try to tell the world that the monsters of myth are real? They'd call me mad, but then, a sane man in an insane world must appear insane. Or do I merely learn from my experience and retreat to the dubious safety of civilization's light? never again to venture into the wilderness where the old ways and the old things still hold sway. It is a tempting thought, the easier path, certainly, but I know that is not my way, nor Jack's, though his scars are still so raw. Someone must keep watch on the borders, literal and metaphorical. Someone must remember the truth and be prepared to face the horrors that stalk the night, for they are still out there, in the forests and the mountains, the deserts and the hidden places, hungering. And if there was one skinwalker, who is to say there are not more, or things worse than skinwalkers? The thought chills my blood, but it is a fear I must master, for I know now that I can never again dwell comfortably in the everyday world, not fully. I have seen beyond the veil, and what has been seen cannot be unseen. So I will go back to the wild places, seeking out the dark corners of the map, to learn and to guard in whatever small way I can. It is a hard and lonely path I have chosen, but I see no other way. The monsters are real, and the world sleeps unaware. Someone must keep the watch, and so I will. God help me, I will. I'm posting this because I need people to know what really happens in the deep wilderness. My supervisor told me to keep quiet, but after what I've seen, I can't stay silent anymore. These are my experiences as a park ranger in the Cascade Wilderness. Names and exact locations have been changed for obvious reasons. 23 years I've been working for the National Park Service. Started as a seasonal interpreter at Yellowstone, worked my way up through various parks until I landed what I thought was my dream assignment, head ranger at the remote Whispering Pines Station in the North Cascades. The station sits at the end of a winding dirt road, 47 miles from the nearest town. It's just me, a small visitor center, and my cabin tucked into the tree line. The territory I cover spans roughly 200 square miles of old-growth forest, alpine meadows, and jagged peaks. Most visitors are day hikers, but we get our share of backpackers heading into the backcountry for weeks at a time. My first month was routine. I checked permits, maintained trails, and conducted search and rescue operations for the occasional lost hiker. The isolation didn't bother me. I'd requested this posting specifically to get away from the crowds and politics of the larger parks. I had my books, my radio, and enough supplies to last through the winter months when the road became impassable. It was during my second month that I started noticing the tracks. I first saw them on a Tuesday morning in late September. I was conducting my regular patrol along the Whisper Creek Trail when I spotted impressions in the mud near the creek crossing. At first glance they looked human, bipedal, about the right spacing for someone walking, but something was off. The tracks were massive, easily 17 inches long and 7 inches wide. The depth suggested something weighing far more than any human. I took photos and measurements, following protocol. My initial report to headquarters classified them as unknown large mammal tracks, possibly bear standing upright. But I'd been tracking animals for over 2 decades, and I knew what bear tracks looked like. These were something else. The tracks appeared sporadically over the next few weeks, always near water sources, always in areas with soft soil that would take clear impressions. I started carrying a casting kit and managed to make molds of several prints. The detail was incredible, clear toe impressions, what appeared to be a mid-tarsal break, and dermal ridges that looked almost like fingerprints. I sent the cast to a colleague at the State University who studied animal locomotion. Her response was puzzling. The anatomy is consistent with a large primate, but the scale is impossible for any known North American species. Where exactly did you find these? I was still processing her analysis when I received my first missing person report. Sarah Chen, 26 years old, had been hiking alone on the Overlook Trail. Her boyfriend expected her back by Sunday evening. When she didn't return or answer her phone, he drove to the trailhead and found her car still parked there Monday morning. That's when he called us. I organized a search party with volunteers from the local SR team. We spent 3 days combing every trail, every creek bed, every potential place someone could fall or get lost. We found her pack about 6 miles up the trail, contents scattered but nothing missing. Her tent was set up at a designated camping spot, sleeping bag undisturbed. What we didn't find was Sarah. The search expanded to helicopter overflights and K9 units. The dogs picked up her scent leading away from the campsite, but it stopped abruptly about a quarter mile into thick forest. Not faded, stopped, as if she'd simply vanished. After a week, we called off the active search. The case remained open, but without any evidence of foul play, there wasn't much else we could do. Sarah joined the growing list of people who'd simply disappeared in the wilderness. It was while I was filing the incident report that I noticed something in my photos from the scene. In the background of one shot showing Sarah's scattered belongings, barely visible in the tree line, was a dark shape, tall, humanoid, but wrong somehow. The proportions were off, too broad in the shoulders, arms hanging too low. I enhanced the image as much as I could with the software available. The shape was blurry, could have been a combination of shadows and trees creating an optical illusion. But when I measured it against known reference points in the photo, whatever it was stood close to 8 feet tall. I didn't include this observation in my official report. That night, lying in my cabin reading a horror novel I'd picked up in town, I heard something moving outside. Heavy footsteps circling the building, pausing at windows, testing the door handle. I grabbed my flashlight and service weapon, but when I opened the door, nothing was there. Just enormous footprints in the dirt around my cabin. The incidents started occurring more frequently after Sarah's disappearance. Every few weeks, another hiker would go missing under similar circumstances. Always solo hikers, always experienced outdoors people who knew what they were doing. We'd find their camps, their gear, sometimes their vehicles, but never them. The official explanation was that the wilderness was dangerous, that people underestimated the risks, wildlife attacks, falls, medical emergencies. Any number of things could happen to someone alone in 200 square miles of forest. The statistics supported this. People disappeared in national parks regularly. But I was starting to see a pattern. Each disappearance occurred within a 5-mile radius of areas where I'd found the large tracks. The missing hikers were all relatively small in stature, none over 5'6" or 140 pounds. And in every case, the K9 units lost the scent in the same abrupt manner. I started researching local folklore, digging through old newspaper archives and talking to longtime residents in the nearest town. What I found was decades of similar stories. The indigenous peoples of the region had legends about the Stick Indians, tall, hairy beings that lived in the deep forest and occasionally took people who wandered too far from safety. Early settlers reported encounters with wild men, massive, hair-covered humanoids that walked upright and seemed to possess human-level intelligence. Loggers in the 1940s claimed to have seen family groups of these creatures, describing them as peaceful and less threatened. The reports continued through the decades. Hunters, hikers, Forest Service employees, all describing essentially the same thing. Tall, powerfully built, covered in dark hair, with eyes that seemed disturbingly intelligent. I found one account particularly compelling. A retired park ranger named Jim Morrison had worked this same area in the 1980s. According to a newspaper interview from 1987, he'd encountered one of these creatures while responding to a missing hiker call. I was following the trail up Whisper Creek when I heard this sound, like a human scream but deeper, more primal. I followed it to a small clearing and saw this thing standing over the missing hiker, 8 feet tall, covered in dark brown hair, massive shoulders. When it saw me, it scooped up the hiker like a child and disappeared into the tree line. I never saw either of them again. Morrison had reported the incident officially, but it was dismissed as stress-related hallucination. He took early retirement shortly after. I tried to contact Morrison but learned he'd died 3 years ago. However, his widow still lived in town and she agreed to meet with me. Betty Morrison was in her 70s, sharp as a tack and clearly still bitter about how her husband had been treated. They made him out to be some kind of lunatic, she told me over coffee in her kitchen. But Jim wasn't the type to make things up. He saw what he saw. She disappeared into a back room and returned with a wooden box. Inside were Jim's personal files from his ranger days, reports, photographs, and maps with locations marked in red ink. He kept tracking them even after he retired, she explained. Said someone needed to keep records, even if nobody believed him. The maps were revelatory. Jim had documented over 50 sightings across 3 decades, noting patterns in behavior, seasonal migrations, and what appeared to be territorial boundaries. According to his notes, there were at least 3 family groups operating in the area, with a total population he estimated between 12 and 18 individuals. Most disturbing were his theories about the disappearances. Jim believed the creatures were taking people alive, possibly for reasons we couldn't understand. His files included interviews with indigenous elders who spoke of the Stick Indians' habit of adopting humans into their groups, particularly smaller individuals who might integrate more easily. The ones they take don't die, one elder had told him. They become something else, part of the forest like them. I studied Jim's maps for hours, comparing them to my own tracking data. The correlation was undeniable. Every missing person case in the past 5 years had occurred within areas Jim had marked as high activity zones. As I drove back to the station, my radio crackled with another missing person report. Mark Stevens, a wildlife photographer from Seattle, had been overdue for 2 days. His rental car had been found at the Overlook Trail parking area, the same trail where Sarah Chen had disappeared. I knew what I'd find before I even started the search. Mark's expensive camera equipment scattered near a creek, his camp set up but unoccupied. And somewhere in the forest around the scene, if I looked carefully enough, those massive tracks. But this time would be different. This time, I was going to follow them. I waited until the official search team called it off before returning to Mark Stevens' campsite alone. 3 days of 20-person search parties had trampled most of the evidence, but I knew where to look. I followed Whisper Creek upstream from Mark's abandoned camp, checking every patch of soft earth for sign. I found what I was looking for about 2 miles up the creek, a clear set of tracks leading away from the water into thick forest. The prints were deep and widely spaced, suggesting something large moving quickly while carrying additional weight. I followed the trail for 3 hours, moving slowly and stopping frequently to listen. The tracks led through terrain that would be nearly impossible for a human to navigate while carrying someone else. Over deadfall, up steep slopes, through dense undergrowth. Whatever made these tracks was incredibly strong and knew this forest intimately. The trail ended at a rocky outcropping that formed a natural shelter, essentially a cave formed by massive boulders. The entrance was hidden behind a curtain of hanging moss and would be nearly invisible unless you knew exactly where to look. I could smell them before I saw them, a musky, animal scent mixed with something else. Something that reminded me of the reptile house at a zoo. I drew my sidearm, knowing it was probably useless against something the size I was tracking, and pushed through the moss curtain. The cave extended much deeper than I'd expected. Daylight from the entrance illuminated only the first 20 feet, but I could hear movement further back in the darkness, soft sounds, footsteps, breathing, and something else I couldn't identify. I clicked on my flashlight and immediately wished I hadn't. They were there, 3 of them standing in the back of the cave like a family posed for a portrait. The largest, clearly male, stood nearly 9 feet tall with massive shoulders and arms that hung past his knees. His face was surprisingly human-like, but covered in dark hair, with deep-set eyes that reflected my flashlight beam like an animal's. Beside him stood a slightly smaller female, and between them was what could only be described as a juvenile, still larger than an adult human but with a less developed musculature. They weren't alone. Huddled against the cave wall were 4 humans, 3 women and 1 man, all appearing to be in their 20s or 30s. They were alive, but something was wrong. Their hair was matted and unkempt, their clothes torn and dirty. Most disturbing was their behavior. They seemed calm, almost docile, showing no signs of wanting to escape or even acknowledging my presence. One of them was Sarah Chen. I recognized her from the missing person photos, though she'd lost considerable weight. She sat cross-legged on the cave floor, weaving what appeared to be grass into some kind of basket. When my flashlight beam crossed her face, she looked up at me with an expression of mild curiosity, like a child interrupted during play. "Sarah," I called softly. "Sarah Chen, I'm here to help you." She tilted her head slightly, but didn't respond. Behind her, the largest of the creatures made a low rumbling sound. Not threatening, more like a parent gently correcting a child. Sarah immediately returned her attention to her weaving. The male creature stepped forward, moving with surprising grace for something so massive. Up close, I could see details that would haunt me for months afterward. His hands were enormous but distinctly human in structure, with opposable thumbs and what appeared to be fingerprints. His face, while covered in hair, had an unmistakably intelligent expression. He made a series of sounds, grunts, clicks, and low hoots that seemed almost like language. When I didn't respond, he gestured toward the human sitting against the wall, then toward the cave entrance. The meaning was clear. These people belonged to him now, and I should leave. I kept my weapon trained on him while backing slowly toward the entrance. Part of me wanted to try to rescue the captives, but I was outnumbered and outmatched. Whatever these creatures were, they were far stronger than any human, and they clearly considered the missing hikers to be under their protection. As I reached the moss curtain, I heard something that made my blood freeze. One of the humans, a young man I didn't recognize, spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. "Please don't make them angry. We're safe here. They take care of us." I stumbled out of the cave and ran. Not walked, not retreated strategically. Ran like a terrified child through 2 miles of forest until I reached my truck. My hands shook so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. The drive back to my cabin passed in a blur. I sat at my kitchen table for hours, staring at my case files and trying to process what I'd seen. The missing hikers were alive, but they weren't exactly rescued. Something had been done to them, some kind of conditioning or adaptation that made them compliant, even grateful to their captors. I knew I had to report this, but I also knew what would happen. I'd seen how Jim Morrison had been treated. My career would be over, and the creatures would simply move their operation somewhere else. Instead, I did something that still keeps me awake at night. I falsified my report. I wrote that I'd found evidence of a bear attack at Mark Stevens' campsite and recommended the case be closed. I submitted the same report for Sarah Chen and the others. For 3 weeks, I tried to convince myself I'd made the right choice. The missing people were alive, apparently unharmed, and seemed content with their situation. Who was I to decide what constituted rescue? But I couldn't let it go. I kept returning to that cave, watching from a distance, trying to understand what I'd witnessed. The creatures seemed to operate as a family unit, with the humans integrated into their daily activities. I observed them foraging for food, the humans working alongside their captors with apparent willingness. It was during one of these surveillance sessions that I witnessed something that changed my perspective entirely. A young woman, one I hadn't seen before, was brought to the cave. Unlike the others, she was clearly distressed, struggling against the large male who carried her. Over the course of several days, I watched her gradual transformation. Initially defiant, then confused, then slowly accepting. By the end of the week, she was behaving exactly like the others, calm, compliant, integrated into the group's routine. I realized I was witnessing some form of conditioning, possibly chemical or pheromonal, that made the creatures captives psychologically dependent on them. The missing hikers weren't volunteers. They were victims of a sophisticated form of control I didn't understand. That night, I called my supervisor and requested an immediate transfer. I told him the isolation was getting to me, that I needed to be around people. It wasn't entirely a lie. I'm working at a busy park in California now, surrounded by crowds and civilization. But I still wake up sometimes, remembering those intelligent eyes staring back at me in the darkness. I think about Sarah Chen and the others, wondering if they're still there, still weaving grass baskets and foraging for roots while something that shouldn't exist watches over them like a twisted parental figure. I never filed an official report about what I found in that cave. I told myself it was because nobody would believe me, but that's not entirely true. The real reason is that I'm afraid of what might happen if the wrong people took my story seriously. Military scientists, researchers, people who might see those creatures as specimens rather than whatever they actually are. Sometimes I wonder if I should have tried harder to rescue the missing hikers, but I keep coming back to what that young man said. They take care of us, maybe in their own incomprehensible way. The creatures believed they were saving those people from something worse. Or maybe I'm just telling myself that to sleep at night. I'm posting this account because I'm retiring next month and I need someone to know the truth. If you're planning to hike alone in remote wilderness areas, particularly in the Pacific Northwest, please be careful. Stay on marked trails, travel in groups, and trust your instincts if something feels wrong. And if you ever find yourself face to face with something that shouldn't exist, remember that not all monsters are evil. Some of them might just have a very different idea of what it means to help.